pick yourself up, let yourself feel fine. I'm a believer in logic, so if it's true, then baby girl, just let me know. So why won't you come now? I'll show you what this love's about. I understand you're not alone. You've got someone else they call your own. Don't let them waste your time. Don't let them cause the tears you cry. Oh, let me prove myself. You know. And if you're looking for something new, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. And if you're looking for something to do, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. I wish you were here with me. Be my zone of queen. Be living in a dream, oh dream. Oh, we can make you work, you be so happy. I'd be on your team. Give you everything you need. Oh, we can make it happen. And if you're looking for something new, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. And if you're looking for something to do, baby, then get on up. You got to get on up. You need it, yeah.
Sinya uli di sombranza mak e zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa gilo tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
Tamoru purita nota kantai matu na Maniagi todo y lugar para y honra, para y gloria, abiba y isla sin parar. Para y honra, para y gloria, abiba y isla sin parar. Todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition. Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon. Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon.
Give
and together we will see it. Somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. And I know that you are feeling the way I do. Do believe in me, for I believe in you. And together we will see it.
Good morning, Guam. Right on Friday. Friday, woo, business. Friday. Oh, wow, Bree. You win.
Okay, and if
Okay,
you have
guys, let me just give you the bad news first. The bad news is our power bill last month was crazy. We had a big meeting with management. We got to cut costs down by 12%. Good morning. Yeah, Halloween's on a Sunday, guys, so it's our pre-Halloween Link Friday show, October 29th. Hi, Sabrina. Jason. Whose idea was the glow sticks? Good idea. Cool.
okay,
Okay, right on.
we-
Thank you. Right on.
Okay, and we
Lights
do-
on. Everybody's ugly now.
we do have a bit of breaking news that we need to get to, right?
okay.
Apparently, we're being told that any costume that has to do with like those mythical creatures that do magic and they ride on brooms and they're completely sold out. All right, so if you go to the costume store, they got 99 costumes, but a witch ain't one.
He's been waiting all year to tell that joke, man. You should have waited till prime time. At 6:18, guys.
No, the Gen Zers wouldn't get that.
This is the link brought to you by Pacific Points.
Gen Z doesn't get Jay Z. How ironic is that?
Cabo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. It is Friday, October 29th, and this show is jammed
Wait, where's your thing?
this morning. Guys, Halloween is Sunday. We're going to tell you how to get candy in your village. We've got pretty much just about almost... there's a lot of mayors coming on today to share their different Halloween events. We got
It's
the Guam,
basically going to be a mayor's council meeting.
pretty much. There's a big diabetes conference, guys. Guam Diabetes Association coming up. We got the Finogi Coalition, Senator Clint Ridgell, also stopping by to respond to comments. Wow, he got dragged, dude, by the general manager of Guam Power Authority. He said, "Hey, if you're not going to help, Suhag went now. Move out of the way." We're also getting Dr. Peter Lombard crunching our COVID stats. There was a big data drop with Dr. Ann yesterday. KUAM Podcast Network. We're previewing the new episode of Talks with Tossiata, and Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios of the CNMI scheduled to come on, as there was also news out of the CNMI that they had the first community transmission in 200 days, 3 positive
almost
cases.
a year.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's
goodness.
and so their governor has reacted quickly. Hard pivot, man. He shut down the schools. You know, it's very interesting that how quickly they pivot in the CNMI to preserve what they have there, which is really great. I mean, it's awesome. The community transmission, no community transmission in 200 days, knock on wood.
Right, and so we know that there's at least 2 schools involved in the CNMI. At 3 o'clock this morning, Governor Torres releasing his statement saying that for the next 10 days, all private and public colleges and schools will be closed.
Right,
And there's going to be mass testing today at the Canova Resort, so we also you can find those details on our Facebook page.
Right, yeah, I saw that. Thank you, Tomas. Of course, on Guam, last night's Joint Information Center results, very troubling. Again, as the positives continue to pile up, the deaths, there was a baby that was reported as a COVID-related fatality last night. So tragic. Our hearts, prayers, thoughts going out to everybody who's lost somebody. And Lord knows there have been too many people in this surge. I want to say we're on week 16 or something. It's been a very long time since our governor or even the lieutenant governor has come out and spoke to the people. I don't get it. We're going to get into it, though, later on at 6:20. You guys ready? Let's go ahead and get started now with the very latest, our first look at news on this Friday morning, right here on The Link. My name's Chris. It's brought to you by Pacific Points from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanati. Good morning, Sabrina.
How's it, everybody? The number of COVID-19 related fatalities continues to increase. The following was reported by the Joint Information Center Thursday night. The 233rd COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on the 24th. The patient was an 89-year-old woman. She was vaccinated with underlying health conditions and tested positive on October 24th. The 234th COVID-19 related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at GRMC on the 27th. The patient was a 67-year-old man. He was unvaccinated, again with underlying health conditions, testing positive on the 27th. The 235th was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital on October 27th. The patient was a 3-month-old baby boy. He tested positive on the 27th. As reported, a CDC team is expected to arrive today to look into the island's rising dead on arrival cases and to support case investigation. The Joint Information Center also reporting 55 people are hospitalized for COVID. 7 patients are receiving ICU level of care, 6 on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 55 hospitalized, 24 are vaccinated, 30 unvaccinated. Public Health reports 96 new cases of COVID out of 1,271 tests performed on the 27th. 27 were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 18,040 officially reported cases. Again, 235 deaths, 2,136 cases are in isolation, and 15,669 people have recovered. The CAR score, 17.6. To date, a total of 123,534, that is 90.6% of Guam's eligible population, is fully vaccinated. As for booster shots or additional doses of vaccines, the following have been administered: 9,327 doses of Pfizer, 1,748 doses of Moderna. The Guam Department of Education reported Thursday that 7 more students tested positive for COVID. The cases were identified at 2 from Daniel L. Perez Elementary, 1 MU Lujan Elementary, 1 FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, 1 John F. Kennedy High School, and 2 at Ukudu High School. No staff were reported positive. In regional news, CNMI Governor Ralph Torres shut down all public and private schools and colleges in the Northern Marianas for the next 10 days after at least 3 confirmed COVID-19 positive community cases were reported yesterday involving individuals at least 2 schools on Saipan. The CNMI went without confirmed COVID-19 positives through community transition for over 200 days. Quote, I want to personally assure the educational community, staff, parents, families, and students that we will do everything as a government to protect the Commonwealth as we have successfully done throughout the course of the pandemic. We have the tools in place to contain this according to Governor Ralph Torres. The numbers have been released by the U.S. Census Bureau, and as of April 1st, 2020, Guam's population was 153,836, representing a decrease of 3.5% from the 2010 census population of 159,358. The housing unit count was 51,555 in 2020, representing an increase of 2% from the 2010 census housing unit count of 50,567. Meanwhile, the combined population of the territories of American Samoa, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the U.S. Virgin Islands was just under 339,000. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on the link. A man arrested for allegedly stabbing and then setting another man on fire could face additional charges following his death. KUAM's Hannah Devonzo has the details.
It was on August 20th, John Pinala allegedly called Manuel Tatautau about trading a set of darts for a car battery at a residence in Dedido. Afterwards, Tatautau asked him for a ride and accused him of stealing from him. According to court documents, Pinala was continuously punched, cut in the leg, and bound with rope and thrown into the trunk of the car. The victim was able to free himself before being pulled out of the trunk and set on fire. Injured and set on fire, the victim allegedly ran into the jungle to escape his attackers. It's believed to be this very street where he came seeking help.
On August 21st, 2021, at about 5:30 a.m., officers from the Dedido Precinct Command were dispatched to Chalan Facina Street in Jigo. Officers responded and took a report of an aggravated assault.
The victim sustained serious injuries such as burn and stab wounds. He was transported by medics to GRMC. In early October, Tatautau was charged with attempted aggravated murder, kidnapping, aggravated assault, and felonious restraint, but he could now face additional charges. Police spokesperson Mike Uggan.
On October 27th, the Guam Police Department received information that Mr. Pinala had passed away. Pinala will undergo forensic medical examination when the off-island forensic pathologist arrives on Guam.
The forensic autopsy will need to be conducted first, along with further review of the evidence before deciding to proceed with upgraded charges. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
Troy Ryan Damian has been released from the Department of Corrections. He, along with Nicholas Wayne Moore, are accused of murdering Michael Castro last October. On Wednesday, Castro's remains were found in the Harnham area of Jigo during a bail hearing held Thursday afternoon before Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon. He was released on a $50,000 bond. He was released to a third-party custodian and is being monitored electronically. He must also check in with probation 3 times a week by phone. Damian and Moore have pleaded not guilty. All rights payments continue to be released according to Rev and Tax Deputy Director Marie Lazama. Payments have been made on all A status applications, and Lazama added that on October 25th, over 4,000 checks totaling $3.4 million were issued. Previously suspended A status applications that were reviewed and cleared for payment. The committee will continue to address errors on remaining suspended applications and until all have been examined thoroughly. She did not provide a total amount of all rights payments issued by DRT. The governor had set aside $30 million for the program, but had also indicated that she would be open to finding more funds for the program if it exceeded the $30 million cap. At Thursday's public health press briefing, Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bavian Guerrero and Bureau of Communicable Disease Control Administrator Annette Uggan spoke on giving the Pfizer vaccine to kids ages 5 to 11. They are currently waiting for the CDC's approval before giving out the vaccine.
We've already put in our order. We actually put in our order. We were according to Dr. Thane from CDC, we were the first jurisdiction to do that. And it does take about 5 to 7 days. Once the vaccines are ready to go, it takes about 5 to 7 days for the vaccines to arrive on Guam.
If it's approved, it moves on to the Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices, which advises the CDC director. So once ACIP makes their recommendation and CDC accepts that or expands it, like what happened with the booster dose, then that's where the jurisdictions now have the official guidelines that we can move forward with vaccinating.
Public Health has ordered 7,500 doses of the Pfizer pediatric vaccine and have been meeting with both public and private school officials, as well as their healthcare partners to decide how to best administer the vaccine. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
White House officials believe they have reached a deal that both progressive Democrats in the House and moderate Democrats in the Senate will agree to, potentially paving the way for passage of the president's Build Back Better agenda. Deborah Alfarone has more details from the White House.
President Biden announced there is a deal on his Build Back Better agenda that he believes every Democrat in the Senate will support.
No one got everything they wanted, including me. But that's what compromise is. That's consensus.
But not every Senate Democrat shares his confidence.
There is a great deal of uncertainty within the caucus as to what's contained in the deal.
The outline of the $1.75 trillion plan includes universal pre-K for all 3- and 4-year-olds. It extends the child tax credit for another 6 years, and it reduces health care premiums brought through the Affordable Care Act. The bill does not include a national paid family leave proposal, nor does it include free community college or the tax on billionaires. The package also includes the largest federal investment ever to combat climate change, more than $500 billion. It's something the president can tout at a climate conference in Scotland next week.
Enough to position us for a 50 to 52% emission reductions by the year 2030.
Progressives in the House say they will not vote on the president's trillion-dollar infrastructure bill until the spending plan is ready for a vote as well.
We want to see what's actually in the bill. We want to see the legislative text. And then we're, assuming that we're fine with that, we'll vote both bills through at the same time.
Republicans are opposed to the spending plan, saying it will increase inflation and hurt the economy.
Washington Democrats are behind closed doors again, assembling an even bigger reckless taxing and spending spree.
The White House says the bill is paid for with a tax hike on corporations and the rich. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
And with your sports link, here is Dave Delgado.
Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Issa High School football from Guam High. The Dolphins on the road taking on the Panthers. 4th and inches for Guam High, number 22, Deshaun Baird, with the touchdown run to give Guam High the 6-0 lead. Quarterback Aaron Johnson showing his speed, moving out of the pocket and picking up some big yards. Johnson, the dual threat quarterback who can also throw accurately on the run, gets pushed out of bounds after a big gain. Panthers march downfield. Randy Ngoko with the handoff earned some tough yards after contact, and Ngoko short of the first down, but that set up Barrett again for the score. 13-0 after the PAT was good. Defensively, Avery Gamboa and company came up with some big stops in the middle for the home team. Teammate Terrell Rosario comes up with the stop on 4th down for Guam High. Dolphins try to toss right. Rosario doesn't bite on the fake reverse and secures the tackle. Johnson dropping back again, goes through his progressions, no one open. Johnson tucks it and runs and makes his way down the Southern High sideline. Randy Ngoko with the first down carry with 28 seconds left before halftime. And Ngoko showing some shiftiness for a big back. Panthers go on to win 33-0 and improve to 2-0 on the season. Johnson under center gets the ball out to Benjamin Harris, who picks up a good chunk of yards before getting tripped up by Southern's Alejo Uggan. Friars took on the Titans at GW. FD improved to 2-0 on the season. The Friars defeated the Teason High Titans 34-0 behind running back Kyle Gogui, who picked up 3 rushing touchdowns. The win sets up a big game between the two undefeated teams this Friday at 7 p.m. at the GW Field. In other games, GW beat the Simon Sanchez Sharks 25-0 after one half of football. Injuries with low numbers forced Sanchez to concede at halftime. JFK picked up their first win of the year, 8-0 over the Ukadu Bulldogs. In bowling news, Aaron Elliott bagged his 3rd title of the year and clinched pole position for the year-end grand finals as he easily dispatched 9th seed Jeremiah Camacho during the monthly finals of the Budweiser King of the Lanes. Elliott opened the finals match with the turkey, then closed it out with another turkey for the 218 to 160 victory. Ryan Flores dominated the Budweiser Prince Series by outdueling last month's champion Kaimana Bamba in the finals, 183 plus 36 to 169 plus 24. The inaugural Triton Women's Rugby Sevens tournament crowned the first ever champions. Taking home the trophy were the ladies from High Performance. High Performance went undefeated, winning the title after shutting out Paratodu in the finals 36-0. Paratodu finished with a record of 3-2 in second. Hybrid finished third with a 2-3 record, while the UOG Tritons were fourth at 0-5. The Tritons made their debut as the first ever women's rugby team for the university. Team captain Olivia Flores Elliott is one of a handful of national rugby team players on the winning squad.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years. We've been trying to get our return to play, all of this year, pretty much last year, but COVID, the waves are unpredictable, but it's so good to be back. We didn't think we were going to get this good of a turnout. The HP squad, which is kind of like the pre-course team for like the national squad that was anticipating traveling to Thailand in November of this year, which got canceled due to COVID. So we are anticipating continuing training and continuing series like these to help us throughout the years. We plan to go somewhere at least in the beginning of next year.
Vina Terlahi of High Performance was named Most Valuable Player of the tournament. Doug Palmer, athletic director at UOG, says we can hopefully hold 2 more this spring. This tournament brought a lot of excitement to the rugby community.
It's good to have this squad and, playing against the other girls. There's a good mix of, senior players, and then we got some high school players, middle age, so the learning is different, but the rugby looks good. It's definitely grown over the years since we started, so we're really happy about that.
Palmer said it was a great start for the UOG team. Learning and building the program from here on out, it's an opportunity for student athletes to be part of a team, hone their athletic abilities, earn scholarships, and represent the University of Guam. Head coach Kayla Taguakta Chung led the Tritons. She also serves as the recreational sports coordinator for the Triton Athletics Department. There were no spectators allowed to attend the tournament, but UOG streamed the games on their Triton Athletics YouTube channel. Guam's Davis Cup tennis team finished the 2021 Davis Cup Asia Oceania Zone Group 4, 0-9 in Bahrain. Team Guam fell to Kyrgyzstan, United Arab Emirates, and to the host country, Bahrain. Guam was represented by Camden Camacho, Mason Caldwell, Derek Okahama, and Armand Sachdev. Torgan Smith was the team captain. East across country from JFK, the Islanders and Guam Adventist Academy laced up for their 5.1K distance. Runners took 2 laps around the track, followed by 3 big loops around the campus. Both GAA and JFK unable to field a complete girls team. Islanders with only 4 female runners on the roster. JFK went on to sweep the top 5 spots. Hugh Kent finished first overall at 18:28, his third first place finish of the season. Isaac Valdez came in second at 20:59. Landon Titanfong placed third at 21:04. Ivan Aguilar was fourth at 21:40. GAA's Donald Lloyd was the first to finish on his team at 23:25.
We have experience running on this course, so you can kind of have an idea where to push on the long areas, or like on the track. There's a lot of slippery areas, so we also know to kind of be careful around there. Also familiar with turns and the straight areas. So when we run together, we can always push each other.
JFK runner Shakira Esma finished with a time of 26:32, crossing the line first as the ladies got in a practice run.
JFK is a really welcoming team, and they're all really motivating, and they encourage everyone to run, like no matter what pace you are and no matter how fast you are. They care about just running and the sport running.
Chastity Minor crossed second at 27:29. Yun Chung was third at 30:25.
I'm trying to get back in shape and hopefully beat my time since freshman year. It's been challenging, especially with this quarantine, so just trying to get back up to 22s at least, or hit my personal record. Having this practice and having that time to be back to my, at least 22, is challenging, but I'm trying to get back up there.
FD traveled to St. John's to take on the Knights in boys IIAAG high school soccer. The Friars got on board first with a goal from Nainoa Norton. EJ Sablon added another score in the 30th minute off a free kick for the 2-0 lead. The Knights respond 7 minutes later. Justin Lee to Justin Joseph, who passes the ball up to Mito Harmon, who gets the left-footed shot to go past FD's keeper. St. John's trailed 2-1 at halftime. Teammate Andrew Stenson tied the game at 2 in the 47th minute of play. Ball gets deflected by Jason Palomares. Stenson gives chase and outruns the defender. Soft left foot shot barely gets by the Friars keeper again as he dove to try and make the save. The celebration was short-lived because Riley Rama had other plans. Norton tries to tap the ball inside. EJ Sablon dribbles it back outside. Sablon gets around the edge and finds Rama in front of the goalpost. Rama giving praise to the football gods as his teammates make their way to dap him up. Big shout out to Aiden Johnson, bloodied up but still down for the celebration. Sablon was on a mission to get his grub on. Corner kick by Rama. EJ gets up and hits the header. Sablon puts the icing on the cake in the 80th minute +1 for the hat trick as the Friars went on to win 5-2. Guam Amateur Baseball Association announced the start of the 2021 Fall Amateur Woodbat Baseball League. This year's fall season will begin Friday night, October 29th at 6:30 at the Ukudu Baseball Field. Weekend games times are Saturday and Sunday, 12 and 3 in the afternoon, and every Friday night game will be played at 6:30. This will be the GABA's 10th season hosting the Guam Amateur Baseball League. Games will follow the DPHSS outdoor sports safety measures for all participants and spectators. For additional information, you can contact Bill Bennett at 483-6500 or email gaba@guambaseball.com. In programming news, make sure to keep it locked to the stations of KUAM for all of your NFL action. We get you started early Monday morning, November 1st on KUAM TV 11. 3 in the morning, NFL on CBS, the Cincinnati Bengals at New York Jets. Change the channel over to KUAM TV 8, 10:20 in the morning, NBC Sunday Night Football. The Dallas Cowboys, led by Dak Prescott, at the Minnesota Vikings with Kirk Cousins under center.
SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
All right, again, that was Sports Link brought to you by, yes, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore, offering everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Vesta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. It's 6:41. Tomas Maglotnia, KUAM News, our regional correspondent, covering matters out of the CNMI. Tomas, good morning.
We are joined with the CNMI Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, who is joining us live this morning from Saipan. Lieutenant Governor, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing fine. I'm good.
I guess we can just start with the breaking news yesterday of some of the first cases of community transmission that were identified on the island of Saipan involving some of the schools there. What's the latest on that, and what's your message to the community given that it's been over 200 days since the last confirmed cases?
Well, we've got 3 cases now. We already shut down the schools, but it looks like there's a bigger issue that we need to address, and that is that COVID-19 has to continue to be vigilant in tracing down, doing the contact tracing. It's going to be hard work for them, but we have faith and we have confidence in their ability to do this. And we hope that our community continues to be cooperative. It was a shock, really, when we found out about it. But we're hoping that we can contain this with the cooperation members of our community. Now, having said all that, you know, it really gave us a wake up call that we need to be very careful in how we open up things. We began to open up our tourism via the travel bubble, and there are a lot of folks that are coming in from off island, and perhaps this is the time, and I'm hoping that the CHCC and the COVID task force will reassess and reevaluate the protocols and to see what needs to be done to reduce the rest and address the spread immediately.
And we know that just at 8 o'clock this morning, we'll be having the CNMI Governor's COVID-19 Task Force press conference also. So sure, we'll bring you the latest on that as well. Lieutenant Governor, I just wanted to switch gears a little bit because you yourself made some news in the past month, given your announcement to run for governor with Saipan Mayor David Apatang as your running mate. We were streaming the event for our viewers as well, and you said you are running as an independent. We know that the letters of intent deadline for the Democrats are coming up. Are you submitting a letter of intent to the Democrats?
We had the Democrats invited us to do this, and Dave and I are still thinking about it. We had a meeting last Sunday with them, their committee, and it was sort of a bidding meeting. They asked us questions about many different issues, current events, and even our plans. But we left it at that, and our proposal is for the Democrats to just embrace our team and endorse our team as is. But obviously that's something that they might be thinking about, considering, giving it some consideration. But the deadline is looming, so we haven't really decided right now. We're more what do you call it? We're more leaning towards continuing to run as independent candidates and forming a coalition with the Democrats.
And we also heard that some people, obviously as a Republican yourself and completing the rest of your term as a lieutenant governor, what is it like within the Republican Party right now? Is it split? Is it fractured? We know that 3 incumbents at least attended your announcement at the Manatsam Atdao in Saipan, and you also had former Governor Fitial along with some very well-known Republicans as well. So what is it like for the Republican Party right now, and what are you hearing in terms of the support migrating from them to you and your independent campaign?
Obviously, I was very appreciative of the presence of 3 of our incumbents, representative at our announcement, and we've worked with these folks for many years in the legislature. I've gotten to know Vice Speaker BJ Atao, who's from my precinct, my congressman, and Congressman Yumo, who's also my congressman from precinct, and JP Sablan, who's been there for like 3 terms, I believe. And we were very thankful to see them, as well as many of the leaders of the Republican parties who continue to be in the Republican Party. Obviously, you can sense that there is a dissatisfaction in the present trajectory of the Republican Party leadership, as is, and folks are making it known by showing up at our functions. You can call it, yeah, there is a split. And the party itself has, for lack of a better word, lost its way. A lot of people that have been Republicans all their lives have looked at it and said, this is not my Republican Party. This is not the Republican Party that we've nurtured for years and supported for years. And so people are veering away from the leadership, not from the party itself. You have 5 people making very significant decisions for the whole party and eventually for the run in the 2022 election and the people of the Commonwealth. I don't think that's what the Republican Party has done for the past, 30 years. There was a situation when we had to go through a primary for 4 candidates in the past. And we did that and everything worked well because the leadership then was very strong and consolidated its power and consolidated the will of the members of the party. Fast forward to today, a lot of us didn't know that there was a change in the rules. And so you have this sense of disenfranchisement in some of the members, young generations and the older generations of Republicans who have spent half their lives as party members.
And Lieutenant Governor Palacios, one of the things you've said and repeatedly now, and something you said in the announcement that you made, is that some people say that you're complicit, that you were in you continue to be in office with current Governor Ralph Torres, and some of the issues that you're raising, you were by his side. Maybe. What's your comment to those who say that you were there?
Well, the real crux of that comment was being revealed, and what has been revealed by the investigation of the JGO investigation. And people are saying, well, you should have done something. To that, I wish people understand that the role of the lieutenant governor is not to, quote unquote, babysit the governor. I'm not going to be, the lieutenant governor is not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to. I certainly don't agree that I should have told him, and I did tell him at times, even staff, but I'm not going to go out in the press and say, hey, he's doing this and he's doing that. This issue were raised, some of these issues were raised with the previous public auditor. Even the Attorney General is aware of this, but then ultimately, the Lieutenant Governor's office is not going to continue to be the one that looks after all the expenditures, the reimbursements, travel expenses of this governor. It's never happened, and I don't think it should be. I think ultimately, I am responsible for my expenditures of funds appropriated by law. I'm wholly responsible for that, just as the governor is ultimately responsible for. And if there's a revelation of a potential misuse and abuse in the expenditure of these funds, then they should be called out. And why am I being blamed for not calling out? A lot of those revelations I wasn't aware of, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't go to finance, the Department of Finance, they give me a weekly report on his fund balance and his expenditure and where he's going, where he's traveling to, and what he's reimbursing. I don't do that, and I don't think any lieutenant governor in the nation will be doing that or does that. So as far as that specific comments out there that's being floated, that's being posted either in social media or even in the paper. I think that's unreasonable. But people will do that. Will look at me and blame me. Well, why are you coming out at 3 years later? Well, lo and behold, these are revelations that a lot of us don't know about. Who would have thought you can use 235 gallons of water? That was revealed when the committee went and issued an Open Government Act request to CUC on some of these accounts. But at the end of the day, ultimately, he should be responsible for his expenditures. And whether I'm coming out 3 years later, I could have come out 1 year later, but that's after examining the records.
And something you said in the ongoing House committee probe into his expenditures that is being chaired by Selena Babauta and is Democratic-led. I do want to ask you, you said something there that caught a lot of people's attention. You said, I did not throw him under the bus. He ran under the bus. What is your current view with former Senator Will Castro being subpoenaed to testify, and it looks like the rest of the hearing will be scheduled to wrap up in the next few months. Are you continuing to watch that? And there's a lot of information coming out, and you yourself have said that you've talked to the governor about his spending and travel.
Yeah, a lot of those travels are for, at least because I signed off on some of those travel authorization, and those are official on their face. Washington, D.C., Hawaii, California. I look at the purposes of those, and but there's also other revelations that the committee has made that a lot of us don't know about. Now, I didn't throw the governor under the bus. Absolutely not. It's there. What am I going to cover it up? No, I'm not going to cover it up. I'm not going to cover this thing up when it's right there in public and the committee has it. I'm under oath to tell the truth. There were some comments out on social media that I'm throwing him under the bus. No, obviously, when I looked at those, I said, this guy ran in front of the bus. He's wholly responsible for his account. Nobody else is.
Good morning, Lieutenant Governor. I wanted to get in and ask a question when you're talking about this bus, right? So,
what?
So we're talking about this bus right now. You're saying Governor Ralph Torres ran in front of the bus hit him, but let me just ask you, do you think that Governor Torres' performance, his decisions during this pandemic, do you think that they have been good enough to allow him to survive being hit by that bus?
Remains to be seen. The one group of people that we all need to acknowledge and commend and recognize are our frontliners, our doctors, our nurses, and that goes with Saipan, Rhoda, Tinian, and even Guam. These people work very, very hard. CHCC also comes up and looks at the protocol that needs to be put in place. And those are the people that we should recognize. Those are the people that kept us safe. It wasn't the person that signs the instruction. And those are recommendations. And if anything, I'm glad that the governor listens to the COVID task force and to Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation, the doctors and the epidemiologists. So whether he survives this, That's a good question, but that's something that we expected. The Republic of Palau has done it. They shut it down. Samoa has done it, and that's because they shut down and they have different protocols. We're different because we can't regulate the airlines from coming in to Saipan. So a lot of our positives were coming in from off island. There's at some point when all is said and done, when we do evaluate and reassess the safeties of our community, we're fairly safe. Did we go out and in the process of implementing the protocols that we said we were going to do, did we overdo it in some instances, like having two quarantine hotel at a time, or did we overdo the purchases by sole sourcing it out to certain companies? Those are going to come to light at a later date, and we've been through 4 different disasters, and I tell you, FEMA will at some point, and the Inspector General will take a look at what worked, what didn't work, what we did wrong, and what we did right, and those will come to light.
Lieutenant Governor, just before we let you go this morning, I wanted to ask you, what's the environment like at work? Are you allowed in the building, sir?
Do you have to go around the back, LT, or what? Or you have to amen Will Castro before you?
I got a parking space in the back side of the building, so there's a door there, and I go back, get on the elevator. The governor obviously moved downstairs about a year and a half ago, maybe a year ago. So it's okay, we're cordial with each other. We don't see much of each other these days. I don't get memos to attend certain function, but it's okay with me. I've been down this road as a minority leader in the House for 4 years when Pitio was and the Covenant were in the leadership position, and if we, all I do is try to stay focused and get onto the projects that I'm on. It's a little bit dicey, but at least on my part, I remain civil and I remain courteous. At least out in public. Now, do I feel that way? Sometimes I don't, but I'm good. I look at what I'm supposed to do, what I do. I go out now. I'm in a way, I'm kind of glad that I have all this time free up out of the office sometimes, and I go and look at projects. Go down to NMTI to talk to the folks over there. I intend to go to the college, talk to PSS, see what kind of issues we have. We've got these beach road projects that I'm heading and putting a lot of time into that, making sure that thing rolls out and is done well. The atmosphere is a little bit different. I cannot deny that, as you will suspect, but it's all good with me. I don't know if it's all good with him. People call me up privately, man, we wish, well, yeah, but this is where we're at, and we just gotta be civil about it.
Lieutenant Governor, does it affect the people of the CNMI, this lack of a working relationship that you now have with the governor? Are the people of the CNMI losing out because your ideas, your principles are not being given that seat at the table that you've had?
Well, one of the things that I've had all my life is that I can tell you I've had maybe more than 35, close to 40 years of experience in government as a mid-management and a management level in the executive branch. And then I went to the legislature for 16 years. And There is a lot of times when I tell you, even in front of cabinet members or consultants or even advisors, that I tell them, hey, I don't think we should be doing this. It doesn't make sense, you know. So that atmosphere is there. I don't hold back, even in close. I don't hold back. Hey, that's not good. And you know, you guys got to be careful because this is sometimes it's a federally funded programs, and we need to be very careful with federally funded programs and even local funds. We need to begin to really learn to figure out and to know where we're going. What is the end game to programs? What's the end game to? I'll give you, with all due respect to the travel bubble, what's our end game? What's our end game for this? We're burning close to $1.5 million a month, maybe more now, because obviously there's more tourists coming in on a flight and giving them free room and board at hotels.
And Lieutenant Governor, that's something you shared with us on last night's newscast about ARPA. You said about $15 million of ARPA is being given to the MVA?
It's probably more now because this is, you know, now we gave some funds from ARPA for this year, and then we've got additional funds coming to MBA to develop, redevelop or reset the Korean market and the Japan market. Well, those are all great. We should really understand the dynamics of COVID also. The travel bubble was good, but I thought it was an overkill on our part to pay the hotel just to stay open. Okay, we're paying the hotels just to stay open, to start operating. Then we're paying for the rooms on top of that. $235 a day per pax. So you multiply that and they say, okay, so how long is this gonna be? What are we trying to do here? Have exposure? We've been having exposure. We should have maybe consider looking at spending a lot of these funds to improve our tourist facility now, you know, and do this at a limited basis. We're paying for the airlines to fly in. If they have a load factor of less than 40%, or less than 40%, we pay them close to $45,000 a trip. We have 9 trips a week. You know, we're paying T-Way, Isiana, and Jeju Air. Of course, these guys would fly their planes because they would rather fly those planes. It's costly for them to stay on the tarmac at the airport in Incheon. So, again, you know, and I tell you, the story is after several meetings and evaluation and coming up with how this thing's going to roll out, I wasn't aware that it was the meeting was a press conference, and it was going to be rolled out to the press that this is what we're going to do and explain it. And I didn't know that it was the launch. I wasn't aware. I guess I missed the memo, or they didn't send me the memo. And the first thing I did was after the presentation, say, anybody have a question? I raised my hand and said, yeah, I have a lot of questions. Yeah, those numbers don't add up. What is the end game to this? How long are we going to do this? How long are we going to subsidize this thing? When you have, you know, Banzai Cliff, the site there needs to be paved. Grotto needs water. I'm glad that some of the private companies have stepped up to the plate and made a lot of improvements at the Grotto, and we cut ribbon on it. But there's a lot of other things we could be doing to entice and make sure that when tourism starts flowing in here, we're ready. You know, I mean, I've tell people, for example, that hey, you know, I was down there at a restaurant in the Paseo de Maranas. You go down, it's like, this is what we should be doing, cleaning up this whole area, because this is where the tourists hang out a lot.
Yeah, Lieutenant Governor, so many issues that we can touch on today, and we thank you so much for your time, for joining us this morning, and
I wanted to ask about, I'm sorry, Tomas.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, LT, did you get the memo on former Guam Senator Will Castro being hired as the chief of staff? What's your reaction to that? How would you describe the working relationship, if there is one? Did you get a bottle of scotch?
That floored me. I wasn't aware of that until I saw it in the paper. But, you know, hey, if the governor needs Will Castro to come from Guam to help him run his office, more power to him. He's got a good job, probably. He's got a nice contract, but, you know, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are laughing. Maybe he's got a lot of potential to help us here. I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't see him in the office upstairs either. So there you go, Chris.
Right on, LT. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. And if you're just joining us also at 8 o'clock in the morning, there will be the CNMI COVID-19 Task Force press conference with the latest on the community transmission in the CNMI, which comes after over 200 days of no community transmission confirmed. So thank you so much, LT. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
Agamas. There you go. Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios of the CNMI. 7:09. Quick break, guys, and we're coming back with a sneak peek of the new episode from the KUAM Podcast Network. It's Talks with Toss next, right here on the link. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions at KUAM.com today. Virtual space is limited.
I've been there before now. I've seen many doors closing now. And now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, she didn't want me to.
Hey, welcome back. 7:13 on the way. Dr. Peter Lombard. He's going to be crunching COVID stats, guys. As reported out of the Joint Information Center last night, tragic, man. 3 more COVID-related fatalities, including 3-month-old baby boy, right? So tragic. So Dr. Peter Lombard will talk about that. There was a big presentation, data drop with Dr. Ann yesterday out of public health. We've also got your mayor. Chances are your mayor is coming here on the Ling to talk about Halloween, guys. Yeah, it's Halloween weekend, and there's a bunch of mostly drive-through treat. Was it trunk or treat? So we'll get all the mayors coming up to talk about that. So you learn how you can satisfy your sweet tooth this weekend. Right now, though, let's head into the KUAM News Link Zoom room, where we have Tasiata standing by of the KUAM Podcast Network's Talks with Toss. Good morning, Tasi.
Good morning.
Let's go ahead and get right into it. I wanted to kind of start with a couple of things you got going on down at Custom Fitness. I know Jason was really interested in this glute camp, but has it filled up already?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you repeat it, Chris?
The glute camp. I know that Jason was pretty excited about the glute camp, but are there still slots available for that?
Oh, man. So let me tell you, the response has been really overwhelmingly positive. I think initially the team here at Custom Fitness had thought, oh, maybe, we'll shoot for anywhere between 10 to 15 participants. And I think within the first hour or two, we had more than 20. We're definitely well past 30. So we opened up another session for those days that we have the glute camp. And we're currently working on getting a total of 30 participants with the idea of those who were interested and maybe didn't make that cut per se, having some benefits for the next round of glute camp. So it's been really great so far. And I'm just trying to keep my cool because I hadn't anticipated this type of response. So really good things.
Right on. And then I know you've also got this, something to do with pregnant women and working out, right? I mean, that's quite the understatement, but we got the video here. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so that was actually the initial plan, to start with programming for pregnant women or postpartum women. And we wanted to use glute camp as almost as a pilot, meaning getting my feet wet with programming for multiple individuals. And since that's been the response that it's been, it seems quite the opposite. But we wanted to get a lot of feedback from the glute program and use that for the programming for the pregnancy program. But for that one, we want it to be sort of a hybrid program, meaning those women who maybe they've never exercised consistently in the past and they don't really know how to navigate that while pregnant, that they can receive some of the services either in person, group instruction, or online, or perhaps all three. Any way to get moms moving more and to get past that old adage of, oh, now that you're pregnant, you need to rest. And for some it's appropriate, but for most, it's the perfect time to have some lifestyle changes. So things like not drinking anymore, not smoking anymore. And so let's tack on increasing our physical activity for the health of the mom and for the health of the baby.
Right on, yeah, because, sitting around for a few months eating pickles and ice cream, that takes quite a toll on you, Toss. So let's talk about the benefits, because, I notice a lot of women, pregnant women on Guam, there's the preeclampsia, there's the gestational diabetes. It's really easy to go from just being pregnant, and it's kind of a sedentary lifestyle, right, for a lot of women who get pregnant. How do you, or how crucial is this program going to be in helping pregnant women kind of avoid those issues?
I mean, in general, regardless of whether you're pregnant or not, there are consistent benefits with exercise and the reduction of high blood pressure, the prevention or reduction of excessive weight gain or any type of diabetes. So these things definitely apply to moms. They're not an exception to that population. And really, in general, most people aren't meeting the physical activity guidelines. And so for moms, when they are getting ready to deliver, that's a huge event. That's a traumatic event, and they need to be prepared. Their bodies need to be prepared for that type of activity. And if you think about moms who are typically gaining upwards of 30 plus pounds, and they're having to go about their activities, low intensity, long duration types of exercises may not exactly cut it for things that are intense, like labor, that require short bursts of effort, and having even the mobility to get in those positions that optimize delivery. So this is kind of where the benefits are twofold when it comes to exercising throughout the pregnancy.
Talks with Toss podcast. I don't know how you got this interview for this next episode, Toss, but pretty good get. You want to give us some details on that?
Oh, yeah. So I believe it was in 2015. I had the opportunity to represent Oceania under Women in Sports for the International Olympic Academy. And that was when I had been introduced to Scott. And prior to that, I didn't know his background as an athlete, as an Olympian. And it was then that he had a presentation about his life story leading up to the 2 Winter Olympics he participated in for men's ski cross. And I already had it in my mind that when I decided to do this podcast, he was high up on the list of the people that I wanted to reach out to and share his story with, because I think it's important for people to be exposed to not only sports they may have never thought of being interested in or just doesn't seem very likely on Guam, but also to hear the story of his resiliency throughout that process with the loss of his father, as well as having to rearrange his entire life and then tack on the injuries he experienced before both Olympics. I think it's an important story for people to hear and to be inspired by.
All right, and we're going to play a little sneak peek of the new episode of Talks with Toss, which you can find, of course, on the KUAM podcast network.
This event it's where I'd won my first World Cup there, and so it's a venue that I enjoyed racing at and I was confident at. But in the qualification round, I think of the first day, I had a really, really bad crash, and I wound up being airlifted to the hospital, where I woke up with 4. They're called, your spine's made up of obviously you've got your spinal cord and your vertebrae that surrounds that, and then you've got these transverse processes, which is like the wings. And I'd broken 4 of my transverse processes on my left side. I had a pneumothorax, which is like an air pocket on my lung. And I just remember lying in that hospital bed, just like, not only had I'd lost my dad early in the year, I'd made every effort to get back to those Olympics, and then to have just had that Olympic dream ripped from me again. That was without a doubt my low point, just trying to rationalize all of it and try and understand what was to be. And it's probably the first time that I think losing my father really like sunk in, and I just had time to process that. So it was a really, really dark and challenging time. And it's funny how your mind works. And I think in that time it wasn't in the first few days. It's probably a week later that I probably appreciated that this was as bad as it gets. And it was only up from here. So I quickly turned my attention to how do I, is it possible to get back to the Olympics? Is it possible to get back to the Olympics?
There you go. That's a sneak peek of the new episode of Talks with Toss, which is available, Jason.
Yeah, make sure to check it out on the K1 Podcast Network. Just basically go on any of your favorite podcast platforms, Spotify, Apple Podcast, Amazon, Audible. We're all over the place, so you can actually subscribe to receive this episode of Tossi's podcast, plus all the other really, really cool things she's got going on. I think, Toss, we were talking during your clip, Sabrina wants to sign up for the advanced glute class.
Advanced. She wants glute camp black belt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She's like booty plus plus.
Yeah, plus. So, Toss, what's the info on the glute camp? Because I know you said you're opening up a second session, and we are getting some messages here. So how do they get a hold of you guys to sign up?
Yeah, so they can either message us on the CFG Physical Therapy IG profile. They can also call the office here at 989-0436. Don't forget the 671 now. Other than that, they can directly message me as well at Gikontantasi on IG. And from there, we can send them the sign-up details. But the classes are going to start November 9th, and it'll run through up until December 18th. It'll be Tuesdays and Saturdays, and we're hosting 2 back-to-back sessions. And I believe on Tuesday, it's 5:30 p.m. and then 6:30 p.m. On Saturdays, it'll be 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. And from there, once they've made payment, they've signed up, the faster you do that, the higher the priority list you are on choosing the session times that best work for your schedule.
Right on. Well, there you go, Bree. We're that close. We're getting booty for Christmas.
Yeah.
Right on. Thanks, Toss.
Well, we normally try and keep like our guests separate, but while Tossi's clip was playing and she was like, "Hey, Pete," so apparently she and Dr. Lombard are our next guest. Let me bring them up. Of course, they're colleagues. They both work in healthcare. Of course, like Peter Lombard, a phenomenal athlete in his own right, former Olympian. Tassi, you guys kind of like your Venn diagrams kind of like a crossover. You guys are both concerned with making sure people are healthy, taking care of people and everything like that. So, congrats to both of you for doing what you guys do for our island.
I know. Well, so before all of this, me and Peter, Dr. Lombard, we were both working together for the Athletes Commission under the Olympic Committee. And so we worked alongside one another for quite a while before I made the leap to going into physical therapy school. So good times.
Very good.
Right on. Okay, Doc.
And I'm sure the doc would also agree, Dr. Lombard, that is, that, like all the biking he does, probably pretty good for the glutes as well.
He need that big dogging seat.
There you go.
Right
There's
on.
another option, just buy a bike. Yeah.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Tossi.
Thanks, Tossi.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
That's that. Right on. Hey, it's Friday, guys. 7:25. Quick break. We're coming back with, you guessed it, Dr. Peter Lombard, right here on the link. Good morning.
Make it through the week.
The Totomotna Tales.
October on the KUAM Podcast Network. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Lazama, Tauto Jigu, Hungan Magay. Right here on the link.
I interviewed Ben when he came back to Guam from San Diego,
Yep.
and he gigged out there, and he actually said that, you know who gave him his first break? The late Junior Seau, because
Wow.
he owned this one club, and he would actually reach out to people with ties to Pacific Islands,
right,
in the San Diego area, and he goes, man, come by the club. You can, I'll take care of you. Just play your music. Like work on your
He's
craft.
actually a classically trained jazz musician.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, so it's really awesome. Great guy, great
Yeah.
wife, great family. Hosted me out in the States. Awesome people. 7:30, it's Friday, October 29th, year of the COVID 2021. And let's bring our good friend, Dr. Peter Lombard, in from the KUAM News Zoom room. Doc, I'm going to steal your line, but we got to quit meeting like this. Just once. I want you to come on and talk about, the blue light glasses again or something.
Yeah, let's go back to that. That
Right.
was more fun.
Yeah, and I mean,
it's hard.
It is
It's
hard.
to keep caring and even want to pay attention. I'm just tired of it. And you really could, if you didn't listen to the news, you really wouldn't know necessarily what was going on. I think most people generally have an idea that things are still kind of bad out there, even if they hear sort of peripherally about another death or two or three. Hospitals still got cases, but if you didn't want to and you really just were sick of it, you could really shut it out and go about your day and not really know that there's anything really that different other than you having to wear a mask in public, right?
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because when we do have public health on and we do ask them what do we need to do to bring down the cases, they always say the same thing. I could predict what they're going to say. Wear your mask, wash your hands, watch your distance. But at this point, yeah, you're absolutely right, Doc. People are just doing what they're doing.
Did you see the job fair flyer that they sent out?
Yeah, there's a public health job fair flyer, and that's happening tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what day it is, but I thought that was curious, the timing. They're hiring for analysts and people to help with contact tracing, and maybe that would have been nice to have done a couple months ago to really bolster the number of bodies that have there to try to get things done. But better late than never.
Yeah.
Which obviously,
I mean,
It is what it is.
yeah, Doc, I mean, I lost track. I want to say we're in like week 15 or 16 of this surge, but you're absolutely right. I mean, look at this tale of two islands. They get over in the NMI, no community transmission for what, like 200 days, Bree?
Yeah, 200 days.
They get 3 positive cases. The governor, and I mean, some would say it's a hard pivot, but he shuts down the schools. I mean, we get 3 deaths in the night. We don't even get a video. You know what I mean? I just don't get it. It's clear that we're not changing anything. I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, 7:32. I know you. I feel you, Doc. I'm tired of it too. I am, but I still care deeply. I know that the governor was quoted in other media saying is like people just got to get used to it, but I just think that's callous. It's insensitive, and I'm not saying let's stop our lives because there's COVID, but I mean obviously something should have been done a while ago. That being said, let's go ahead and get right into it. We got the screen share. Dr. Peter Lombard. Good morning.
Morning. How much time do we have?
Go for it.
All right. Well, we'll just jump into it and just look at how Guam's doing right now. I think it's been about 3 weeks since the last time I was on. I caught the presentation yesterday too that Dr. Palacios did a nice job again. And she presented some other stuff that wasn't on her PDF that was kind of interesting too, which we'll go over. But you may not know this, but Guam is actually leading the nation, if you don't count Palau, and fully vaccinated. This is just a screenshot from the New York Times just last night. And I think we're actually 72, 73%. So again, it really begs the question is what's going on here? Why are things, why are we having such a hard time controlling the surge? And, you know, kudos to all of us for getting to this level. And as much as we bemoan the people that are still unvaccinated, we're actually doing a fairly good job compared to the rest of the United States. And there's only silver lining there for me is if we were not this highly vaccinated, our surge would have been that much worse and we'd have even more deaths. So that's the only positive takeaway I have here. Things would have been so much worse. Also interesting, Puerto Rico, you can see up here, they're doing phenomenally well. And you talk about another tale of two islands. Puerto Rico is just killing it. I mean, their case rates, their death rates are super low. Also, you know, you can even look at Hawaii, and they've got similarly good numbers. It is curious to see some of these other highly vaccinated states, though. Some of them are also still struggling with I wouldn't say struggling, but their hospitalization rates, the breakthrough percentage in fully vaccinated, that is similar to what we're seeing in Guam. And I think that's a trend we're going to see everywhere. So here we are in Guam. We've got, you can see this trend going down here. Over the past, I guess it started in early September. So we're fully 3 months into the surge now. And we've decreased, and if you look at the slope of this, we're decreasing by about a third from our peak over the course, about a third every month. We're going down by a third. And so that pegs us by New Year's. If we go down at the same rate, we'll still have about 20 new cases a day by New Year's. And it's better than where we are now. And probably at that level, we'll only see one death every week or so, I think, based on the numbers. So, you know, that's how things are shaping up right now if we don't change anything. Now, if we do, I do think that some things like increasing vaccination and we start vaccinating kids when that becomes available to us, I think that will speed things along for us. And just, I think part of the tacit acceptance is that we're increasing this hybrid immunity, and that's going to help us too. Actually, I think our rates will start to come down a little bit more as well. Puerto Rico, again, just in comparison, very low down here. They had a little wave in the beginning, a little one in the spring, early summer, and a really tiny Delta wave, and they're just doing phenomenally in Puerto Rico. So how do we compare? This is the 50 worst countries in the world, and Guam would fall out right about here. We're sitting around 60 cases per 100,000 per day per capita. So this is all per capita. So we're still sort of sitting in that top 10 to 15 in terms of cases with this current surge. And I just wanted to pull up another island nation, Barbados, about twice, maybe extra 100,000 people over Guam. Biggest difference there is their vaccination rate is only maybe 50%. So you can see how much worse things could be. And globally, you know, the United States obviously is doing much better overall. You know, Florida is now one of the best in the country with regards to cases per day per capita. But globally, the cases are going up again, mostly because of Russia and Eastern Europe. So, you know, we see this worldwide. One place settles down, another place starts to pick up again. And we're going to keep seeing this until the majority of the globe is vaccinated. And if you look back, you know, if you go back 4 months and you say what percentage of all our vaccinated people were vaccinated 4 months ago or previously, that would put us, it's actually a staggeringly high number. 75% of all the people vaccinated in Guam it's already been 4 months. And I think, when you look at, Dr. Pobutsky's data, most of the breakthrough cases are happening at 4.5 months.
Right.
And then if you go back, if you say, well, at 50%, 50% of everybody vaccinated, it's already been 7 months since their vaccination. So this waning immunity in terms of just the efficacy to prevent us from getting infected at all and transmitting to others is absolutely playing a role here. So this really speaks to one of the primary things I want to just take home today is, please, everybody get your boosters. Everybody, as soon as you're authorized to get your boosters, please do, because the booster efficacy, as we'll see, is phenomenal.
Right.
And I really think the narrative is going to change. I think that there's even a chance that the official fully vaccinated term will apply to 3 doses. I think this is, I think it could be considered a 3-dose vaccine, which isn't unusual. I mean, we've got 6 mandatory childhood vaccines that are 3-dose vaccines. It's not unusual. We just didn't know at the time because these were new vaccines, and we needed to do something to try to decrease the number of deaths that we're seeing. So I think that's the one of the main key points I want to take home here is that everybody needs to get their boosters.
Right on, Doc. Before we continue, I just wanted to kind of do you think that there should be more of an effort with the messaging to promote this idea? Because I totally agree. I mean, we're very vulnerable, very exposed because, like you said, many of our people who are fully vaccinated are at the tail end of the strength of that vaccination, and they need that booster, which, if you look at the data, drives the efficacy up to in the 90%, right?
96%.
Correct.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah.
So why aren't we hearing on the radio, on the TV, everywhere, get your booster, get your booster? I mean, we can't even get public health on the show to encourage people to get their booster.
We had Dr. Bob.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Bob. Yeah, but I'm just saying
Well,
the
I think
messaging to me.
I hope that's coming. I mean, again, 50% of us, it's already been 7 months. So, that's a lot of people that can get their boosters if they meet, the criteria. And I think they're probably going to wait until CDC puts out more, makes it a little bit more liberal in terms of who can get the booster shots. And that's an interesting space to watch over the next month or two. But I think that's going to be something that needs to be driven home a little bit more, as people need to get their booster shots. And it should be considered. I think we got to accept this should be considered a 3-dose vaccine, and we may need an annual booster, just like we do for the flu after that. So that's probably what we're looking at long term for living with the virus at a level that's not going to overwhelm us, and it's going to be at a level where the deaths per year are going to be something that we do have to live with at that point because we've done everything we can. So. This was a slide from Dr. Pobutsky's presentation, and just to show, I was sort of expecting to see already a little bit of an increase in the percentage of all cases as being breakthrough, but we're not really seeing that so far. And she showed another slide that showed since July, since the Delta wave started, and it really hasn't changed a whole lot. We sort of, with our cases, we've been hovering between 40 to 60%. Hospitalization, I think 30 to 40%. It's been fairly stable, and death rate, I think 10 to 15%. And that is actually very consistent with what we're seeing in other states, especially other well-vaccinated states. So if there's any place that we are alike other states, it's the rate of the percentage of breakthrough cases. Not quite. Some places like Hawaii, though, that percentage is still quite a bit lower. But I think they're all going in the same direction. If they can get their boosters in before that happens, then they won't have the same problem that we are right now. This is another one of her slides that she showed. This was actually, I don't think it was on the PDF, but on her spreadsheet. So I just took a screenshot of that. This shows all the hospitalizations since the pandemic started, and the deaths and the ICU. ICU is in the brown at the bottom, hospitalizations in the red, and the deaths are hard to see, they're way at the bottom. But even though we've had a really bad surge, the hospitalization rates proportionally to the cases isn't as bad as it was in the first wave. And it's a little bit more striking. I overlaid the cases that we've seen in the Delta wave. And despite having 2 to 3 times more cases in the community, and we're probably picking up more than we did in the first wave, the hospitalization rate and the death rate and ICU rate has been fairly flat. So that is a very clear picture of the efficacy of the vaccines in Guam. And if we didn't do that, the red and the brown and the black here on the bottom would be 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 times higher than that. So, thank you, Guam, for getting us to this point. And despite the badness that we see out there and the continued deaths, that's the good news. So we've talked about the waning immunity. This was a recent study that was published. This was over 600,000 VA records were audited. And this looked at people with breakthrough infections based on the type of vaccine that they got. And it is striking. The efficacy for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine drops to almost 0 by 6 months. Almost 0. That's like not getting the vaccine at all. And that's the one dose. So I think that the Johnson & Johnson is going to be considered a 2-dose vaccine with boosters. But then, we'll look at the booster data. And if you've got Johnson & Johnson, you're much better off getting a booster dose of one of the mRNA vaccines. It's just so much more protective in terms of efficacy. And we were saying this also, we've talked about this before, Moderna is looking a little bit better than Pfizer. It's not a huge difference, but it may be enough that people would be interested in leaning towards Moderna over Pfizer. But you can clearly see by 6 months that the efficacy against infection, and this was infection diagnosed by PCR. So they definitely had the virus, in their airways. We don't know how symptomatic they were. It didn't break it down to those numbers, but you can clearly see that the waning effect is very profound, and why again we need to vaccinate. We need to boost everybody we can. Here's CDC data now. Unfortunately, they haven't updated this beyond September, but you can see the difference here showing up too in terms of the number of breakthrough deaths by vaccine type, and it follows that same pattern. So breakthrough cases and deaths. The Moderna is a little bit better than the Pfizer, they're both better than the Johnson & Johnson. Early Israeli data. This is 2 months out from they've been boosting for 2 months now, and look at the difference here with 3 shots in blue compared to 2 shots in yellow versus unvaccinated. I mean, it's just a profound difference in improvement when you get that booster shot. And then there was also a mix and match study that was published, which showed that if you've had the Moderna, getting a Moderna booster, a 3rd dose of Moderna is a little bit better than Pfizer, which is definitely better than getting the Johnson & Johnson as your booster. If you've had the Johnson & Johnson, getting either the Moderna or the Pfizer mRNA is tremendously better than getting another Johnson & Johnson booster. So when it comes to the Johnson & Johnson folks, I mean, yes, another Johnson & Johnson booster will help you, but it's nowhere near the efficacy that you get if you boost it if you mix it up and you boost it with one of the mRNA vaccines. And then the Pfizer matches Moderna. Moderna booster with Pfizer is a little bit better than the Pfizer booster, but I'd say if you've had the Pfizer, get whatever you can, as either the Moderna or the Pfizer. I don't think it matters a whole lot there. The only caveats to this study, it was pre-Delta, so and we don't know yet how quickly these effects are going to wane. If you look at if you take a curve like we saw here, and you saw what the efficacy was here, and you just kind of extrapolate that, well, we're boosting the baseline back up to 96% again. Is it going to fall off at the same rate again? And we're boosting to a higher level, so it should take longer to wane, but that's still one of the unknowns. And maybe some of the skeptics will be up in arms about that. Well, like I said, then I think we just have to accept that it's going to be an annual booster here. Hopefully, maybe it's every 2 years. But we don't know yet, because this is still new. Boosting is still new. We only have 2 to 3 months data on boosting right now. We'll have to wait and see. There was a first randomized clinical trial of booster shots that were published by Pfizer. Actually, it hasn't been published yet, but they had 10,000 people with a 2.5-month follow-up from the booster shot, and this is where that 96% comes from. So 96% effective against Delta. So there's this question of, well, shouldn't we already be revamping the vaccine for the booster? Well, even though we haven't revamped it, it's still extremely protective against Delta. Now, if we can do it, great. I mean, it might be even better than this, which would just be phenomenal. And these numbers are, I can understand people who say this is almost too good to believe. Well, it is what it is. It is the data, and again, we don't want to be too optimistic. Again, we don't know how long this is going to last, but we at least want to show what's actually being seen out there. And this was interesting too, because in this trial, there was 11 months between the second dose and the third dose. So that really shows that even though you probably weighing down pretty low with efficacy, it goes up tremendously just with that single booster. So that was almost like an annual booster right there. And just to remind everybody, I hope nobody really gets too up in armed about the thought that this could be just considered a 3-dose vaccine, as we have so many vaccines which are 3 or more doses that we've just accepted that's the way it is. That's what it takes. This is how immunology works in our bodies, and I hope it's not a surprise. And if the messaging was a little bit unfair earlier, that we hyped the vaccine, that it was too good, I don't think that was the case personally, but I can understand why some people would think that way. But this just have to accept what the reality is of this vaccine and what it can do for us right now. And of course, we already give influenza annually too, so I hope that's not a sticking point for some people too, that we're going to have to get a booster probably every year. I wanted to switch gears and talk about kids real quick. So these are all the pediatric deaths we've seen with COVID. I think 700 or so in the last 2 years since the pandemic started. And look way down here, less than 1 year old, a year or less than 1 year old. I didn't realize it until looking at the slide that of all the kids that die of COVID, a large percentage, the greatest percentage, are 1 year or less. And that's, and we had that a couple infants recently, right, that died. And I understand there's those, they need to be looked at very closely to make sure that that's the best we have, but I don't think we typically see a lot of kids showing up DOA, pre-pandemic. Sure, SIDS is out there, sudden infant death syndrome, and I don't know how many cases we've seen in Guam, but I if it's more than what we're seeing here, I'd be shocked. And if there is COVID in the household, even if the kid's asymptomatic, it's really hard to say that there's going to be another better explanation. But I don't think we can be super confident in saying that those are definitively COVID deaths, but still, it is what it is. It's what the data is showing us, and we have to take that into context and try to figure out what to do with that. Curiously, the 5 to 11-year-olds only make up about 2% of all the COVID deaths. So here, I think you guys know this, the FDA Advisory Committee voted in favor of allowing the vaccinations to be given to 5 to 11-year-olds. But here's the process. FDA has to give their thumbs up, and then it goes before this ACIP committee, and then the CDC and the CDC director have to sign off before it can get given to the public. So I think this process, we're still looking at maybe another couple weeks before we get the green light here in Guam. But it was great to see on the presentation yesterday. They are ramping up. They've already got their orders in for 7,000 doses. So that's fantastic. And the Pfizer trial, looking at the efficacy of this against symptomatic infection, was about 90%, which is great. And they used about a third of the dose in adults. I think you guys know that too, which is probably very favorable considering wanting to avoid side effects of the vaccine. Rough calculation, I think about 32. The JIC report tells us 32,000 Guam residents are ineligible, and they do that little rate calculation of hospitalizations. I think about 21,000, or about 2/3 of those, are in this age group of 5 to 11, and the rest are, 0 to 5, 0 to 4. But this represents about 12% of Guam's population. If we vaccinate even 80% of these, this would bump us up, 10 to 12% right there. So that would bring us up to over 83%, which would be great. I don't think that's unrealistic either. I think the majority of parents are very interested in getting their kids vaccinated. And why? I just showed you a slide that showed amongst all the peds deaths, very few of them are coming from this group 5 to 11. There's still a lot of good reasons to do it. When you look at the age breakdown of cases in the community, a lot of those are in this age group. Okay, and if hospitalized, 1/3 of these kids end up in the ICU. If they're sick enough to have to be hospitalized, they're also so sick that they have to go to the ICU for a number of them. This inflammatory syndrome, which I think we had one admission for, 60% of these at least are admitted to the ICU. So it's a very serious and severe condition that we don't want to see here. And that's even in kids that recover from Delta, at least the initial Delta infection. It's now the 6th leading cause of death for this group. So even though the numbers aren't very high, how many deaths are we willing to accept for kids at all? There's the long COVID issue is still one that we're learning about. We're still learning about. And then we want kids to stay in school. And I think the vaccine in this age group is going to go a long way towards allowing us to do that. Transmission effects. We know that kids transmit the virus and they bring it home and they transmit it to their household. So there's another reason if we keep the kids from getting infected, there's less likely to transmit. Now there's this whole other conversation about how much of a benefit is vaccination against transmission. And I think there's some very vocal people out there that say, it doesn't matter if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, the transmission is the same in both groups. I think there's some credence to that belief, but there absolutely is. And you just have to look at the right data. If all you look at is that one study that showed that there was increased viral load in vaccinated people, that's not the complete picture. You can't just look at that one study. You've got to look at this in the context. There's been other studies that show similar viral loads, and there's other studies that show rapid clearing of that viral load in vaccinated people. And none of those studies actually take the next step and say, what does that mean about infectedness to other people? If you're vaccinated and somebody coughs on you with COVID, it's going to probably get in your airways and start to replicate in your upper airways, but your body will then kick in and fight it off. How infective are you to other people at that point? Those are questions we don't really know 100%, but there's plenty of data that shows that if you're vaccinated, there is decreased transmission. It may not be as much as we're hoping for, but there's still absolutely is a decreased transmission in people that are vaccinated. And at least in the early Pfizer trials, there were no significant safety issues that we saw in kids, and no cases of myocarditis, which is one of the things that people are worried about. I did show this slide before, but again, this is multiple studies. Even with 4 to 6 months waning immunity, there's still 40 to 60% efficacy against infection. So, I mean, it's still very clear, even with waning immunity, that being vaccinated is very protective, of course, against severe illness, but also any illness at all. So this is a little bit depressing. So Delta, I didn't, it's hard to really reconcile this. The reproductive number, the latest estimates are like 6 to 9. So that's like, remember that number is if one infected person will infect this many other people. So it started off 2 to 3 with the original COVID, and Delta bumped that up to like 6 to 9. That's just crazy, and you can kind of look and do some calculations on that. And basically, these are very rough calculations, but if you could magically boost everybody today and bump up their immunity to 95% today, that's still, and you had no other interventions at all, no masking, nothing else, no social distancing. The reproductive number is still 2.5, greater than 1. So obviously, even that's not enough based on 73% population vaccination. Conversely, if you were able to vaccinate everybody that is not vaccinated, excluding the kids right now, that only decreases the reproductive number to 3.2. So because we only have a fairly small group left that's unvaccinated, it actually would be, I think, better and easier to get people boosted than it would be to try to get these really staunch people resisting vaccination to actually accept it. Also, it was a little bit disappointing. I mean, if we only relied on vaccination, we vaccinated everybody, we would have to get to 88% to get the reproductive number less than 1. So that's kind of, I think that's why we're seeing this, you can call it moving the goalpost if you want, but Delta forced us to move the goalpost. A reproductive number of 8 is forcing us to move the goalpost. If with that reproductive number, you're going to have to get to 85, 90% immunity vaccination. And if that's all you want to do to mitigate, we want to stop wearing masks, we want to stop social distancing, that's where we're going to have to be to be able to get to return to that normal lifestyle. We know that places with, this just speaks to the anomaly of Guam right now. Highly vaccinated states have much less deaths over the past 3 to 4 months since mid-June. This was this data is already a little bit old. Guam was here already quite a bit higher than the rest of these states that are well vaccinated. Now we're more like up here. We're up to over 50 deaths per 100,000 since June. And it's kind of like, I think Florida's up here as an anomaly too. I think there's certain places where you might see a different sort of curve based on uncontrolled community transmission. If you've got uncontrolled community transmission, you're just going to have more cases and more deaths. And I think that's what we're seeing. So if, in retrospect, we probably should have been a little bit more vigilant, trying to do more to get the community spread under control. So I don't know if you saw this, that this was one quick news brief, but there was a really well-designed clinical trial that showed this very inexpensive treatment. It's actually an SSRI it's used to treat depression. A short course, 2 to 3 weeks or something, showed pretty significant effects. So we think it has to do with some sort of anti-inflammatory effects. But people are looking for other things besides vaccination. Well, here's another one, which I think is probably going to come down and be I think it'll actually be recommended at some point by the major organizations. But we'll see how that plays out. Interestingly, I did a quick look at the cost of vaccination versus treatment. And of course, if you're admitted to the hospital, it's extremely expensive. Monoclonal antibody treatment is over $2,000 per dose, and this is the price per dose of the vaccine. So here we have it, and it's free. It's free for us. I mean, if you want it, you can get it for free. It's no charge. Yeah. The government is subsidizing the vaccine. So again, just from a cost perspective and something, there is no greater way that we can impact and get to what we want to be a normal, more normalcy than to be vaccinated, to vaccinate as much of the population as possible, and to get the boosters when needed. So that's it. Basically, our take-home points here. We've got 75 of our community that's vaccinated already 4 months after their second dose. And I think that we really need to push the messaging. As soon as you're eligible, get your booster with an mRNA vaccine. I think we need to consider this a 3-dose vaccine. The Delta wave is decreasing at the current rate. Maybe we'll be at 20 cases a day by the year. Hopefully, it'll go faster than that. What else can we do at this point? It's great to see these new hires, but just going back to test, trace, isolate. We lost that because the community transition was just so crazy that they decided just to kind of give up on that. But with somebody with such a high reproductive number, if you can effectively trace, contact trace, and isolate people sooner, I think that goes a long way to helping control community spread. And I think we lost that early on in this surge. I definitely think there was a little bit of discussion about rapid testing, and I really think that this is if we can get a lot of rapid testing that's very cheap, I really think this can help us to be able to get to get a pack of 7 rapid tests at home, and to know if you're infective. That's what these rapid tests do. They're not as sensitive to PCR, but they'll tell you at least if you're infective. And so if you're feeling a little under the weather, or your kids has a runny nose, and you do a rapid test on them 2 or 3 days in a row, and they're negative, they're not infective, and they probably don't have COVID either. So I think it would go a long way to helping us identify people and get them isolated sooner. But again, at this point, it's like, whatever policies and mandates are there right now, they just probably aren't doing much at all. And some people say, well, why even have those mandates in place at all at this point? Right, so, yeah. And I think there's some credit for that argument as well. But things are looking better here, but not great. And I think we're going to just have to accept. We're going to. Unless we make some changes, this is what we're going to see over the next few months in terms of the slow decrease in cases and deaths here. So,
very classy.
So that's the good news.
Wait, there was good news in there, Doc?
That's the good news, is that we're moving in the right direction.
Right on.
And I guess that's the only good news we've got.
Doc, thanks so much for your presentation,
Doc.
Especially for this last slide, the take-home points.
Mm-hmm.
That's very good. Very good.
Oh, my goodness. 20.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me on.
Always great, always insightful. Doc, let me just ask before we let you go, because you kept saying one of the recurring themes is we should have done. Is it too late to do something now? And if so, what should we do?
Well, it's never too late. And it's great that they're hiring new people, and maybe that'll help us get on top of this contact tracing a little bit better. I think I have heard at least people just kind of say, "Oh, you should get tested," and they kind of roll their eyes and say they don't want to sit in line. So I don't know. It sounds like it's pretty easy to get tested, but maybe it could be even easier. Is that possible to do that? I don't know that. I've since probably a couple months ago, I've felt like we should probably restrict certain activities in the community. Again, restaurants I think are fine. I think they do a nice job, and I don't think we see significant clusters there. But we've talked about dance clubs, bars, things like that. That would be that would have been such an easy thing to do now. Is it too late for something like that? I don't know. Maybe it is. We're already trending down, but the reality is we're still going to be seeing deaths over the next month or two, and the faster we can get this the community transmission under control, the quicker we can suppress those deaths. And people, there's going to be such a backlash against anything that you try to recommend at all. It is difficult to be too forceful with any of these recommendations. The reality is there's so much we don't know. You can always take two places that seem similar, but they've just got some other underlying issues that we can't identify completely to figure out why this is happening here in Guam, where it seems like it's been a lot easier to control the Delta wave in other places.
Right. Yeah, Doc. I mean, thank you again. Like I said, very insightful. Have a good weekend, and
stay safe.
Happy Halloween, and stay safe. There you go, Dr. Peter Lombard. It's 8:03, guys. Let's jump over to KUAM TV on this Friday morning. This is The Link, proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning, Guam. It's 8:05. Good morning, KUAM TV.
Good morning, everybody. Oh, I have a little bit of information to pass along. Remember last week we were talking about that Boonie Flight project and the auction they had? Mm-hmm. They said the amount that was raised to send Guam's stray animals to families that want to adopt them, we raised $18,000.
Wow.
They were expecting 6, they raised 18.
Awesome job,
so
everybody.
that's all community donations, and they said there was so much more that people just said, I don't even want to bid on something. I just want to donate. So I just followed up $18,000. So there's
great job.
Yeah, great job, Guam.
Right on. Again, it's 8:05. Let's go ahead and get right into the news. Our 8 o'clock newscast is brought to you by Pacific Points on this Friday morning with the very latest. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off at everybody, the number of COVID-19 related fatalities continues to increase. The following was reported by the Joint Information Center last night. The 233rd COVID-19 related fatality occurred at GRMC on October 24th. The patient was an 89-year-old woman. She was vaccinated with underlying health conditions. She tested positive on the 24th. The 234th was pronounced dead on arrival at GRMC on the 27th. The patient was a 67-year-old man unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. The 235th was pronounced dead on arrival at U.S. Naval Hospital on the 27th. The patient was a 3-month-old baby. As reported, a CDC team is expected to arrive today to look into the island's rising dead on arrival cases and to support case investigation. The Joint Information Center reporting 55 people are hospitalized for COVID, 7 receiving ICU level of care, 6 on a ventilator. The JIC also reporting that out of the 55 hospitalized, 24 vaccinated, 30 unvaccinated. Public Health reports 96 new cases out of 1,271 tests performed on the 27th. 27 cases were identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 18,040 officially reported cases on Guam. 235 deaths, 2,136 active cases in isolation, and 15,669 have recovered. The CAR score 17.6. To date, a total of 123,534. That is 90.64% of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. As for booster shots or additional doses of vaccines, the following has been administered: 9,327 doses of Pfizer, 1,748 doses of Moderna. The Guam Department of Education reports that 7 more students tested positive for COVID-19. That is their daily COVID report for Thursday. The cases were identified: 2 from Daniel L. Perez Elementary School, 1 MU Lujan Elementary, 1 FB Leon Guerrero Middle School, 1 from John F. Kennedy High School, and 2 from Ukadu High School. No staff were reported positive. In regional news, CNMI Governor Ralph Torres shut down all public and private schools and colleges in the Northern Marianas for the next 10 days after at least 3 confirmed COVID-19 positive community cases were reported yesterday involving individuals at least 2 schools on Saipan. The CNMI went without confirmed COVID-19 positives through community transmission for over 200 days. The numbers have been released by the U.S. Census Bureau, and as of April 1st, 2020, Guam's population was 153,836, representing a decrease of 3.5% from the 2010 census population of 159,358. The housing unit count was 51,555 in 2020, representing an increase of 2% from the 2010 census housing unit count. Meanwhile, the combined population of the territories of American Samoa, Guam, the CNMI, and the Virgin Islands was just under 339,000. With more news now, here is Isaiah.
This
again.
news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah again with your headlines here on The Link. A man arrested for allegedly stabbing and then setting another man on fire could face additional charges following his death. KUAM's Hannah Devonzo has the details.
It was on August 20th, John Pinala allegedly called Manuel Tatautau about trading a set of darts for a car battery at a residence in Dedido. Afterwards, Tatautau asked him for a ride and accused him of stealing from him. According to court documents, Pinala was continuously punched, cut in the leg, and bound with rope and thrown into the trunk of the car. The victim was able to free himself before being pulled out of the trunk and set on fire. Injured and set on fire, the victim allegedly ran into the jungle to escape his attackers. It's believed to be this very street where he came seeking help.
On August 21st, 2021, at about 5:30 a.m., officers from the Dedido Precinct Command were dispatched to Chalan Facina Street in Jigo. Officers responded and took a report of an aggravated assault.
The victim sustained serious injuries such as burn and stab wounds. He was transported by medics to GRMC. In early October, Tatautau was charged with attempted aggravated murder, kidnapping, aggravated assault, and felonious restraint, but he could now face additional charges. Police spokesperson Mike Uggan.
On October 27th, the Guam Police Department received information that Mr. Pinala had passed away. Pinala will undergo forensic medical examination when the off-island forensic pathologist arrives on Guam.
The forensic autopsy will need to be conducted first, along with further review of the evidence before deciding to proceed with upgraded charges. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
Troy Ryan Damion has been released from the Department of Corrections. He, along with Nicholas Wayne Moore, are accused of murdering Michael Castro last October. On Wednesday, Castro's remains were found in the Harnham area of Jigo during a bail hearing held Thursday afternoon before Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon. He was released on a $50,000 bond. He was released to a third-party custodian and is being monitored electronically. He must also check in with probation 3 times a week by phone. Damion and Moore have pleaded not guilty. All rights payments continue to be released according to Revenue Tax Deputy Director Marie Lazama. Payments have been made on all A status applications, and Lazama added that on October 25th, over 4,000 checks totaling $3.4 million were issued. Previously suspended A status applications that were reviewed and cleared for payment. The committee will continue to address errors on remaining suspended applications and until all have been examined thoroughly. She did not provide a total amount of all rights payments issued by DRT. The governor had set aside $30 million for the program, but had also indicated that she would be open to finding more funds for the program if it exceeded the $30 million cap. At Thursday's public health press briefing, Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Balvion Guerrero and Bureau of Communicable Disease Control Administrator Annette Uggan spoke on giving the Pfizer vaccine to kids ages 5 to 11. They are currently waiting for the CDC's approval before giving out the vaccine.
We've already put in our order. We actually put in our order. We were according to Dr. Thane from CDC, we were the first jurisdiction to do that. And it does take about 5 to 7 days. Once the vaccines are ready to go, it takes about 5 to 7 days for the vaccines to arrive on Guam.
If it's approved, it moves on to the Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices, which advises the CDC director. So once ACIP makes their recommendation and CDC accepts that or expands it, like what happened with the booster dose, then that's where the jurisdictions now have the official guidelines that we can move forward with vaccinating.
Public Health has ordered 7,500 doses of the Pfizer pediatric vaccine and have been meeting with both public and private school officials, as well as their healthcare partners to decide how to best administer the vaccine. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And it's Friday, so you know what that means. We're going to eat. Here's Feed Me Fridays.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Hey, thanks for joining us for another Feed Me Fridays.
Woo!
Right here in our neck of the jungle. Next door, King's and Harmon Bree.
Yes.
And King's, we know they got a bunch of great breakfast options, but we're doing a little different today as we're having some of their, I like to call it the solid specials.
The solid specials?
Yeah, because it's like solid food for breakfast. And we put it up to you guys in the poll. It was the barbecue chicken breakfast or the breaded fried steak. Hold on a second. Let me get this here. And the winner was breaded fried steak. Yep.
What you have.
Which is what I have. But a barbecue breakfast, nothing wrong with that, Bree.
No, definitely. It's a lot on my plate. Get it? Yeah, great.
Yep.
And so yours actually looks so country, like something you'd eat in Oklahoma.
Yeah. I
my
love
former neck of the woods.
breaded fried steak. I love anything that's fried with bread. I just love it.
Ooh, is this got snow pea? Yay. Vegetables. I love vegetables. And this is he ordered this, so this is over easy? Eggs over
Sunny
easy?
side up,
Sunny
crispy
side-
bottom.
okay. The way he likes it.
That's the way I like it. Bree normally likes it scrambled, but hey, live it up a little
I like
bit.
it over hard.
Right. And so she got the barbecue breakfast platter. So you got the barbecue chicken there. King's barbecue chicken's boneless, skinless thighs, always great. And then you got the stir fry,
fry.
which has the
Yeah.
snow peas and all the good stuff. Eggs and rice and soy sauce. Can't go wrong with that. I'm
It's
gonna go
actually
ahead.
good. I usually don't have my eggs, like you said.
Right.
I like this, so I might have to switch things up next time I come.
I got my gravy on the side
Why?
because I like to control my dip. I like my breaded fried steak to be crispy, and then I like to dip it in.
Does it make you feel better?
Yeah, it makes me feel like
Oh,
a
he
whole,
always has to be in control. That's
a
why
whole
I asked.
person. I feel good about myself. This is just so great. I get this a lot, actually. And it's nothing fancy. It's really just breaded fried steak. I mean, it's got a little salt and pepper on there. Ooh.
Barbecue chicken. Really
Chisnickin?
Good. Chisnickin. It's how would you say that? Goody nickin. As you can see, I'm not hip, so. They really seasoned this, marinated this chicken. All right, it's good.
Yeah, I could smell it from here. Yeah, this is great. And you know, something like heavy like this, you want to eat it in the morning so you can burn it off.
fill up in the morning.
This is really good. And then you could get it with rice, hash brown, or pancake. I tried to get hash brown, but our waitress is like, if you're getting that gravy, you got to get the rice. And this is their standard, like white gravy. It's good. And in case you're not enough with your carbs, you can get a side of toast that comes with it. Toast or English muffin. How's your stir-fried veggies?
They're good. You know, I wouldn't. Normally, I wouldn't order this for breakfast, only because I usually get the country browns. But yeah, this is definitely a lot of food. I'm filling.
Well, Bree, there's so many great options here at King's for not just breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. You know, they got their menu. It's 24/7. You can order whatever you want, whenever you want.
You can eat spaghetti for breakfast.
You could eat dinner for breakfast, lunch for dinner.
Kadu for breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast for dinner. It doesn't matter. It's a pandemic. Do you? So thanks for joining us for Feed Me Fridays.
Bye.
Cheers.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam and Devondale.
Always fun to head over to our neighbors at King's there for Feed Me Fridays. It's 8:19 on The Link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. Let's get a sneak peek of one of our flagship podcasts on the KUAM Podcast Network, featuring Victorious Falon. It is the One Micronesia podcast, and this preview brought to you by Taco Bell. Good morning.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
So the Husk, one more time, tell us how it all started.
Let's dive. So the Husk is a newsletter. When I resigned from my job, I don't recommend anyone quit their job in the middle of a pandemic. Unadvisable. I knew I wanted to write, and I knew that there were stories to be told. And to be honest, at the beginning of it, I really didn't know what exactly I was going to write about. Like, I had ideas, and I was like, do people want to know about my Instant Pot? Like, do they want to know about my take on 90 Day Fiancé? And I was like, no, I think that market's a little bit crowded there, ma'am. And to be honest, also, like, this market that I'm writing about is crowded because we have you doing it, holding it down. We have you profiling Micronesians from all over. And you've been doing it for like a year or two now. So you've got this market covered. And I'm like, let me just squeeze in next to Vic with this newsletter. And then we have Angela, right? Angela's for Micronesians by Micronesians. And I think Patrick Petrus has a podcast too. And so there is, once again, a crowded market, but again, something wrong with me, I'll squeeze my way in. And I know that there are stories to be told, but I just wanted to try. So I reached out. There were stories that I didn't see written, right? I didn't see other publications writing about the folks that I saw that were creating small businesses. A lot of it so far has been small businesses. So what it is it's a newsletter. Every Monday, I'll send you a feature on a Micronesian person. A lot of it is diaspora. A lot of it is us millennials and Gen Z out here in different parts of the world creating small businesses so far. And there's also Friday, I sort of do a roundup of links and a little bit of my perspective on news. And so there's news from Guam, mostly because I'm based here. I was born here, raised here. That's really a lot of what I know. And then regional news that I think is of interest, and also sort of worldly news that tie in to what I'm just write things that I've come across in the week, right? Interesting things that I think is worth sharing. That'll come out every Friday. And then part of it is also just an exploration of like I can't shake this reporting monkey off my back, and I just can't. So the October is many things this month. There's Halloween and all these other things, but it's also Adopt a Shelter Dog Month. And so I did a 4-part series into Boonie dogs, but from an angle that we don't usually take in news, which is the Boonie Flight Project, which is this new program that is so amazing to me, because you think about the dogs. Like, I love the idea of a Boonie dog eating a diaper out of a trash in Dedido, and then all of a sudden he's like in New Hampshire living a brand new life. And I think that story is amazing. So I was able to write about the project, the organization itself, but I reached out to a couple Boonie dog owners in the States and have stories on those. So it's a bit of a mix of things, but definitely the husk is profiling Micronesians.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together.
All right, good morning. It's 8:23. We're going to take a break and come back with the link next. Friday, whoa!
Heineken. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos de Paco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Halloween or EDC, guys.
We're having a virtual Halloween party.
We are, yeah. Hey, good morning. Welcome back to the link. Buenos KUAM TV. Yeah, we just...
Do not adjust your Facebook screen. There's nothing wrong with it. It's us.
Yeah, it's Link in the dark. I'm a nice kitty.
Okay, can I be the first one to say it, please? Do I get the honor?
Yeah.
Because we have all the mayors and all the mayors in the Zoom. Okay. Trick or treat.
Here, look at my mask, man. Call it, Red Johnny. Call it, Red Johnny.
Right on. And we now call this meeting of the the Mayor's Council of the Link to order.
The Mayor's Council of Guam Halloween party.
Right on. So we have in the KUAM News Zoom room just a bunch of mayors, as there's a lot of stuff going on for Halloween around all the villages, and we did put the invite out to a bunch of the mayors. So we have in the Zoom room from Hagatni Heights, Mayor Paul McDonald. We have from Humatek, Mayor Johnny Bada Kanata. We have from Mungie Town, Mayor Al Ngata. And then from Tumon Harmon, we have our fave, Mayor Louise Rivera. Good morning. Good morning, mayors.
Morning.
Now that we're on, Mayor Al, could we just get you to can we get you to stand up? Let's pin him so we can see that. If you don't mind.
Spectacular Fridays. Spectacular Fridays.
Okay, now I know that Mayor Bada wasn't going to let you win the jack-o'-lantern contest. Let's see yours, Mayor.
Come on, Mayor.
Come on. That's right. Let's see your pumpkin, Mayor. Mayor Bada.
Good morning, Sabrina, Jason, Chris.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Oh.
Right on, right on. And then we have from the Inaran Mayor's office, Tarako, who's in for Mayor TC of Inalahan. Good morning, Tarako.
Nice.
Good morning.
She's a real busy bee, as you can see. Hey. All right, let's just, we'll go ahead and start with Mayor Paul McDonald, Gani Heights Mayor. What does Gani Heights have going on for Halloween this weekend?
Okay, we have treats for everybody that comes by Sunday. It's from 5:30 to 7:30, and as long as the treats are available, because we're expecting a lot of kids again. You know, this is our maybe 20th year for giving out treats, and it grows every year. And we just hope that the kids would have fun and they'll be safe for Halloween.
What time, Mayor?
5:30 to 7:30. It'd be drive-through. On our stage, we have a display of our annual, what do you call it, haunted house. We usually have a haunted house, but now that the COVID, we decided to bring it out and showcase the haunted house on our stage, right in front of the mayor's office. So come one, come all, and be safe, and happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Okay? Happy Halloween.
Thank you so much, Mayor Paul. Mayor Al, Mungie Town.
Hey, good morning. Buenas, everyone. So here in Manila, what we're doing is we're trying to provide a safe area. As always, we're going to have a roundabout. So those that are familiar with how we do our commodities, and we're going to be coming into the right side of the church off Route 10 and around into the park. So it's a trick-or-trunk. So it's going to start at drive-through, of course. Trick-or-trunk drive-through is going to start about 6:30 up till 8. So what it is going to entail is displays. When you come in, you're going to have an entry, and then we're also going to be giving out costumes to those kids that might not have any. We're going to be passing out candies as well as the other vehicles that are going to be there and safely distanced apart with families and parties with their displays on their vehicles, whether it be a truck, whether it be the back of their car, and as well handing out candies. In that sort of fashion, going around the loop and stuff. And of course, we also have the Army Reserve that's going to participate as well and give us some candy, the recruitment side of the Army Reservists down in going to come by and support us. And I'd just like to thank many of the people that take their time to package the items, the pushers, the youth, the vice mayor, myself, and my staff. I'd like to thank everyone, especially our business partners and our residents, for giving us support and trying to make a festive one for these kids, and to have something for that they can look forward to, and at least in our spirits as well, make them laugh and cheer them up a little. Cheer them up.
Mayor Kanata, what's going on in Hamaktak?
Chris, Free and Jace. Our Halloween today is at 5 o'clock, from 5 to 7. We're delivering the candies to the kids, the curbside. We've been doing the same thing as we do the commodity. we just try to keep the people down here as safe as possible. And we're letting the people in Umatic know that we're going to be driving around at that time. And we want everybody to stay safe, and we try to keep them as safe as possible. Thank you, and happy Halloween to everybody.
Happy Halloween.
Thank you, Mayor Bada. Mayor Louise.
Meow.
Half a day. Here in Tamuning, we will be doing our drive-through, our trick-or-treat drive-through. We have a lot of tricks for the adults and treats for the children. So we continue, to do food distribution daily for our senior citizens there at our center. And, last year we had a very successful turnout, with the Halloween drive-through. And, we continue to reach out and have these events, for our community, especially with everything that everyone is going through during this pandemic. So we're doing the best we can to do to stay safe. And of course, we ask that when those trick-or-treaters come around, the families, everyone stay safe in their own car and wear their mask. And, if they have, if they want to be in costume and showcase it, they can, stop for a moment, show off their costume and also enjoy the display that, we have. A lot of people like to just get down, take pictures, but we ask that everyone do it safely and make this enjoyable. Here in Tamuning, we'll be doing this event on Sunday, Halloween, October 31st, and it's going to begin at 4:00 p.m. in the afternoon, where it's still hot and safe and daylight for everyone to enjoy. And there's many other events going on around us with the other businesses that will be participating and spreading the joy.
Thank you, Mayor Louise.
You're welcome.
Darko Mantanotnia of the Inalahan Mayor's Office. Good morning, Prima.
Good morning from Inalahan.
So what's Mayor TC got going on for Halloween?
Okay, so for tonight, we're also going to be having a drive-through trick-or-treating option for the youth and the community. The same style as our commodities, just like the others. So I think a lot of the families are already familiar with the route and the process. It's going to be held from 5 to 9 p.m. tonight. Just the kids can dress in their costumes. It's while supplies last. And we also want to just, keep the spirit and morale alive for the kids and the youth, the families of Inalahan.
All right. Well, thank
you. Yeah. But Bree, there's pretty much every mayor, right? Mayors has got something going on for Halloween. We know down in Hoggett, they're doing something as well as in PD, right?
Yeah. We actually have a lot of the flyers because we asked the mayors to send us their flyers and what they're going to be doing for Halloween. So you can look at that. You can find it on our social media. We've got flyers for all the mayors that are doing something this holiday season. I mean, Halloween.
Well, hopefully next year we'll go back to normal, right?
Yeah, wishful thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knock on wood, Mayor. Well, thank you, Mayors. Unless you guys want to stick around and we ask you a bunch of hard questions, or you got stuff to do.
Wait, I want to know. Okay, and we've covered the mayors. And we have so much respect for the tireless work that each and every one of you and your teams and your employees do. But I just want to know, competition is healthy. We believe here on the link, right? Which village has the best candy?
Oh.
State your case.
You want to start a fight, huh?
Ooh.
Oh, the wholesalers are here.
Yeah.
Mayor Louise.
And Mayor Louise comes out swinging.
Yours, Manila as well.
They got a lot of warehouses in Manila. That's true.
Down in Humatec, they're giving a EE.
The coconut candy.
Right, Mayor Bada and Humatec, you're giving EE?
Yeah, they're different in the South. We don't have a lot of businesses like you guys do. But, I want to thank everybody. The mayors, we're always laughing at each other. We're always enjoying ourselves, working together as a team. That's what the mayors is all about, is to keep together, stay together, and keep our villages safe. So that we all can move on and enjoy our Thanksgiving and our Christmas.
Right on, Mayor.
You know,
Right on, Mayor.
that's Southern hospitality right there. You can tell your friends that, hey, man, I went trick-or-treating in the South for the first time. I went down there for candy. I came away with Fiesta plate.
Right, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
I don't know how the candy tastes, but I love the empanada.
He's got
Jason and Chris, if one day you take a break, call me and we'll have lunch down here.
Oh,
All
you
right.
got it. You got it, man. You got it. Thank you. Mayor
Thank
Paul.
you.
Viva Guam!
Diva.
Enjoy that
Have a
empanada. Right
spectacular
on.
Friday. Have a spectacular
Viva.
Friday, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you
Happy
guys.
Halloween.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
everything you guys
Be
do,
safe.
you and your staff.
Right on.
safe.
Esther Tarco. There you go. Yeah, I just wanted to reach out to the mayors. Man, that you know what I love about these mayors? Like, you couldn't get the senators and the governor and the congressman to sit in a Zoom like that and just be just so comfortable with each other. You know what I mean? And to truly work together. These mayors, they really do work together, you know?
Yeah,
And they
no.
have to because their responsibilities, they do everything.
Did
Right,
you guys see the comments while we were in that interview? I mean, like, each one of the mayors had, and it wasn't just their constituents, it was their friends, and they were just saying, Mayor, thank you for what you do. I went to, and like you said, you can interact with a senator. You probably see them from time to time, like when you go shopping. But you can say if you live in the village, you're like, I was going over to the community center, and Mayor Allen was like, folding up the chairs, or I went to, I was going through an event at the Tamuning Village Mayor's office, and I saw Mayor Louise raking, the leaves and everything, getting it ready for, the party, or Mayor Paul over in Agani Heights, they were setting up the gym. So
Yeah, let me ask you, Mayor Paul, because you're still
a
here.
real tight relationship.
Yeah,
with
here in the Zoom, Mayor, we got a bunch of the new blood of these mayors, right? Some of them young guns. What do you make of your colleagues on the mayor's council, Mayor Paul? Because you've been around a long time.
Oh, we're very diversified. And as a matter of fact, I don't know who's Democrat and who's Republican already. But yeah, we get along. And with the leadership of Jesse Alec and Melissa and Robert Hoffman, they're perfect.
Well, there you go.
Doing a really good job. And especially the governor. The governor actually recognizes what we do for our community and for the island. And again, thank you, Governor. And you're doing a good job.
Right on. Thank you, Mayor Paul. Mayor Louise, thank you so much.
Thanks, Mayor.
Esther, there you go. See, Mayor
guys.
Louise is like, oh, who got the best candy? We got the distributors.
that was a
We
great-
got
that was a-
everything.
That was a
major
great
flex.
line.
Yeah.
We're gonna share that on probably on Instagram like later on. Just
Right.
that one clip that we got
Link
the
bites.
distributors. Mic drop.
Yeah, mic drop. Right on. Thank you, Mayor Louise. Esther. Right on. Always great.
That was so good.
I just want to make sure that everybody knows, right? From Public Health, they did issue their guidance for safe Halloween.
Yeah.
Face masks that cover both the nose and mouth must be worn at all times. Individuals who are 12 years plus 1 month of age and older must be vaccinated to participate in congregations and social gatherings such as Halloween and or costume parties, haunted houses, and other similar activities. Congregations and social gatherings are limited to no more than 10 vaccinated individuals for indoor or 25 vaccinated individuals for outdoor. This includes children below 12 years plus 1 month of age. Intermingling with groups is prohibited. So that's why
Wow.
you see all of the mayors pivoting towards this
Yeah.
drive-through
It's great because
trick-or-treating.
I mean it's unfortunate if we can include the 12 and up who are unvaccinated. Then this is the way to go to just kind of make it more inclusive.
Yeah.
For everybody, because I mean not every 12-year-old and up out here is vaccinated.
Okay, and what Bree was saying earlier, we have each of the flyers for each of the villages and what they have planned. Each village is doing, like, as you heard from the mayors, they're doing something really, really cool, but it's a little bit different. It's not like, like a blanket across the board. This is what we're doing. So if you want, you can go on our Instagram feed right now, instagram.com/KUAM News, and please give us a follow. We appreciate it. And we've got all of the village flyers, so you make sure, see what's happening in your village, when it starts, how to participate, and, support your hometown.
Thank you.
Yeah,
right
good
on.
stuff.
Very much.
Let's take a break. We're coming back with Major Anton Uggan of the Department of Corrections next on this Friday morning right here on The Link.
The Totomotna Tales.
October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
And welcome back. Let's head right into the KUAM News Link Zoom room where we have standing by from the Department of Corrections, Major Anton Uggan. Major Anton, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. Let's just go ahead and get right into it because I know you're a busy guy. Where are we with the vaccination status for officers, inmates? And then if you could just, is there an effort underway to get the booster shots over there at DOC?
So as of right now, as far as booster shots, no, we're not looking at the booster shots at this time. As far as COVID, we are down to, as of yesterday, 3 inmates that are positive, that are they have no symptoms, but they're going through that process now.
Right.
So we came down from almost 30 people. We're down to 3 now. As far as staff goes, we are, we're probably about 98%, give or take. Most of our staff are vaccinated. We have about 6, I believe, that are not fully vaccinated, but we are giving them the weekly tests. I believe 2 out of the 6 are on long-term leave. They're not here. So those that are not vaccinated are taking the weekly COVID test.
Major, is it they just don't want to take the vaccine, or is there some type of an exemption that they have?
No, they don't have any exemption. As far as I understand, there's no exemption. It's just they're not comfortable taking the vaccine. Right. But again, that's their choice. But they are in line with the governor's executive order. They are taking the weekly COVID test.
Where do they take that test at?
We actually have employees that are trained to give the tests. Okay. DOC is actually a government agency, one of the government agencies that's actually a testing site. So a while back, we were testing DYA employees too, right? So we can do our own test inside. So we do our own. And just like, for example, last week at the director's office, we went ahead and tested everybody at the director's office. Just as a precaution, there was no really need to it, but we did it anyway, just as a precaution, just to make sure.
Wow.
Never hurts to be safe.
Right. Yeah, that's good to hear. I would never put that thing up my nose if I didn't absolutely have to. But thank you guys for being on the cautious side.
Yeah, we do. Chris, we have to also look at our family. And it's not just me; it's my kids too. My kids are vaccinated, and everyone else here too. Their families. It's just it's more than just us. It's about our families and my coworkers' families, and we want to make sure everybody's as safe as we can be.
Well said.
You just never know. Now with the vaccine, you could probably get it, and some people don't even have symptoms, and they're positive. So you just never know.
Right on. Major, what about the status of incoming and visitation?
Well, visitations are still standstill right now, but incoming, again, we're continuing to do that every end of the month. So we just finished up, I believe, this week for another round of it. But the visitation is still on hold. Visitation is still on hold right now until, again, we'll see in a few months what happens. But as far as our inmate population, again, most of them are vaccinated. The numbers, we issued out J&G. That's what we vaccinated with. But some of the inmates that came in or prisoners that come in,
J&J.
Pfizer's.
J&J, right, Major?
Yeah, J&J. I'm sorry, J&J, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Right. But we do have a few that have the Pfizer because they got it on the outside before they came in. And again, a lot of we have a constant influx. So we're seeing a little bit more come in vaccinated, but we have a few that still are not, and we're trying to remedy that as soon as we can.
Major, are you seeing an increase in, I know you said you only have 3 COVID positives in the inmate population, but are you seeing an increase in Guam Police Department officers bringing in arrestees who are positive for COVID?
Not in the last 2 weeks or so. It's kind of slowed down a little bit, but again, a couple weeks back, we got a few coming in, and it kind of just spiked in our facility. But like I said earlier, we're down to about 3 now. And unfortunately, none of our inmates that had it, all the prisoners that had it, were contracted COVID. No serious medical issues. Nobody was required hospitalization or anything like that. No. Some of them were vaccinated, some of them were not vaccinated. And again, right now we're down to 3. Out of the 3, 1 is vaccinated and 2 is unvaccinated. That are positive right now. But again, we do our best to try to educate them, and if we can get them vaccinated before they get released, we try to do that.
Major, I know that you were able to confirm that the Guam Police Department had brought murder suspect Troy Damien to a staging area where they were conducting remains retrieval of what eventually turned out to be Michael Castro's remains. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about that process when that happens?
Okay, so I'm not, I'm not sure where GPD took them yesterday, but whenever the Guam police, and it's happened before where they're doing a follow-up investigation, they need to talk to some of the people that have been confined or are confined. regarding either new cases or cases that come up. You know, they're connecting them to other cases that were unsolved, whatever it may be. GPD will ask us if they could come, and we do what we call a transfer of custody, right? And so the director will fill out an EOC form, extension leave of confinement, and it's authorized under the Guam Code, because the director is the custodian of the person, right? When the court commits them to our custody, but they're never released from any law enforcement, out in the community. And so in this case, yes, GPD asked for the gentleman to continue interviewing and part of their investigating process, and it was authorized by the director. As far as where GPD went after that, with the, I don't know where they went.
Let me just get in here, Major, for the clarity. DOC did confirm that GPD did take custody of Troy Damian, but I was able to confirm on my own through family members of the property where they were parking that they had seen GPD officers bring an inmate to that site yesterday morning. Or the morning of the discovery of Michael's remains. So yeah, that's how it works. They're able to take them out and then maybe to scenes or interrogations or whatever. And then
we've let them out. They've taken them before to follow up on investigation, more questioning. They've let out in the past to visit crime scenes or other areas, reenactments and things like that, re-interviews, or they're in here for one crime, but while they're here, they connect them to another crime that was outside, so they need to follow up, and that person's in our custody. So yes, it's not unusual for, we don't want to hamper anybody's investigation. We don't want to do any of that, and so we give it to GPD and they do their part. We don't interfere in any of whatever they do with the defendant. They bring him back safely, and again, we reconfine them and put them back in our vicinity.
Major, we did also receive a tip about this investigation or a complaint that was made against the warden relative to, I want to say, some type of harassment at Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center. Do you have any status update on that?
Well, I cannot, for personal reasons, Chris, I cannot just come out and say names or who's involved, but it's acknowledged that, yes, there was a complaint made against several of our staff members. And then we are looking into it. We are investigating it. Internal Affairs is looking into it. But that's really all at this point I can say about the complaint. Again, anyone is free to make a complaint, and as our procedures dictate, we will look into any complaint that is made. And after that, if it, whatever turns out an investigation, then it'll be forwarded to the director for his disposition. So yes, we are investigating a complaint that was made. Again, I can't specifically say against the warden, as you mentioned, but it does involve a few of DOC employees.
A few. Has the Guam Police Department been called in to assist with this investigation?
No, not at this time. I mean, it's not. They are free if they feel there's a criminal complaint, they can file it with GPD on their own. But right now, it's more of an administrative investigation.
Can you tell us who the complainant was?
I cannot, Chris, give the name of the person right now, but all I can say is it's an employee of the Guam Behavioral.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about contraband update, Major?
Well, as lately, we haven't really found too much contraband. We do a few shakedowns. We shook down the halfway house the other day, and nothing really there legally of contraband, excess items, things like that we normally have to clean house. But there has been no really major contraband the last couple of weeks that we found.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I get all the info about this investigation, because you said several DOC personnel were being investigated. How many?
We have there was a complaint made basically about 3 of our employees.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have the employees been placed on administrative leave?
No. I mean, again, Chris, when we put them on administrative leave, that's free leave. They're left, but we don't feel at this point that it would warrant that. I mean, they can still do their job. They're not usually, if you put somebody on administrative leave, it's because you're concerned about influencing on the investigation or other issues. But In this case, we don't feel that's necessary. They can still continue with their job and do what they need to do while we do the investigation process. So no, there's no need for an administrative leave at this point.
Major, what type of interaction does the Department of Corrections have with the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center?
Well, Chris, right now, as you know, there was a MOU, an executive order signed maybe a year ago that Guam Behavioral will assume responsibility, oversee the mental health and behavioral health of our department. Similar to the way that GMH oversees our medical. So we do have Guam Behavioral staff that come into our department. We have one of our units, Post 7, that used to be our quarantine unit, but that is now our Guam Behavioral Annex. Guam Behavioral Annex. So those that are court committed to this annex, we have Guam Behavioral staff up there, along with DOC officers, to manage them. So we're bringing the services to the inmates here in our facility, because as you know, some of them, being housed in the Tamuning facility may not be the best option due to security issues and concerns and things like that. So again, we do have the Guam Behavioral and our staff that do interact on a daily basis.
So does that mean that DOC staff travel up to Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, or is the GB8 the Jibwick staff down at DOC?
No, we have the Guam Behavioral staff that come to DOC. Okay. Yeah. The same way the GMH nurses are stationed within our facility.
So if there was a complaint that was filed against the staff at Jibwick, is Jibwick still doing the site visits to DOC, or have they been suspended because of this?
No. Again, this complaint is just one person making a complaint, and we're looking into it. As you know, we take all these complaints seriously, and we will do our part to look into it. But no, Guam Behavioral is still here. They're still coming in, and we're still servicing the inmate population as normal. Again, it's an executive order and a MOU that they provide these services to the clients here at the Department of Corrections.
Major, are you able to say if the complaint is because we've got a tip that it was harassment, but are you able to elaborate on what type of harassment? Sexual, maybe?
No, not right now, Chris. Again, we're still looking into the entire complaint.
All right, Major. So anything on that new prison?
Not at this time. Again, we're going to be waiting for a meeting with the Guam Economic Development Authority and all those to work out just start working on the financial plan. So we haven't really, still haven't had any meetings yet, but hopefully in the next few weeks we'll get something going.
Did you guys pop any bottles when that bill was signed into law?
No, we were happy, but again, I think once I'd rather save that for when the groundbreaking takes place. Yeah, that might be better use of the champagne.
Right on, Major. Before I let you go, any incidents with DOC outside of this investigation, the complaint? Any incidents with DOC officers trying to bring in anything unusual or illegal?
No, nothing recent. No.
Any fights with inmates or any types of incident that we need to know about?
No, nothing that I have yet about major. No, nothing.
Okay.
I mean, every day, Chris, in our prison, we sometimes we do get inmates that disagree, and they, but nothing that's not uncommon. I mean, we have disagreements in the prison all the time between inmates and stuff, but nothing that would to rise to the level that we need to be, really, really concerned about. Sometimes people just don't get along.
You're right about that. Major, thank you for your time this morning.
Okay, Chris, thank you.
And just before I do let you go, on the booster shot, so you said there's no effort right now to come up with a shot to administer boosters to inmates at the prison?
Yeah, not at this time. I mean, we have talked about it, but nothing has been ironed out yet as far as moving forward with that plan. I think right now, too, they're still working on the certain population out there right now, and probably down the road, once more of the community people get vaccinated, then they might move to us. I mean, several of our employees here did get the booster, including myself. I got the third shot. So some of our employees have went and got it because we're first frontliners, and but nothing again for the inmates at this time.
So you're boosted, huh, Major?
Yes, I went and got it as soon as I could.
What? Which one did you get?
Pfizer.
So was your first shot Pfizer?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So
and no problem.
No problem.
No side effect other than a sore arm for a day or so, but no side effects, no nothing.
I know I was trying to get a day off out of it or something, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
No.
Thank you, Major. Always a pleasure.
All right. Okay, sir.
Esta.
The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just give me.
Okay, Agnes is still with us, right? All right, everybody, well, help day, and welcome back to the link. The annual diabetes conference is coming up, and you may know, we've covered this for years and years and years. Diabetes is one of the single most concerns as far as people in healthcare are concerned on our island. It affects many, many people, but the Guam Diabetes Association is an organization that seeks to provide education, awareness, help, and a sense of community for people as well as their caretakers, for people who have dealt with diabetes. We have several members of the organization right now. The president of the Guam Diabetes Association is a very good friend of ours, Mr. Scott Duenas. Half a day, Mr. Duenas.
Hi, good morning, and half a day to you.
All right, very nice to see you. Glynis Almonte also is here. She is the association's secretary, also wearing a very, very lovely green GDA shirt and rocking it proudly.
Half a day. Good morning, Jason, and good morning, everyone.
It's been some time since you've been on our show, Glynis, so welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, and Agnes White is also here, the chairperson of the Guam Diabetes Control Coalition, another organization that provides wonderful resources for people and their families going through diabetes. So Agnes, welcome to you as well. It's good to see you. Oops, and just let me unmute you. Sorry about that. Half a day, Agnes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and Winnie Butler is here too, and Winnie's got maybe the most gorgeous all-white piano that I think I've seen in a very, very long time. Winnie, can you hear us right now? I think Winnie was having some audio issues. Can you hear us, Winnie? Okay, we're gonna go. We'll get Winnie straightened out and everything. But I would like to start out with the fact that the Guam Diabetes Conference has been going on for a while. Always a very, very good event, and just because this medical condition is so prevalent in our island community, very, very necessary and very needed. So, Mr. President, if we can start with you and everything like that, maybe if we can give some context about what this year's conference will focus on, and now that hopefully the world's starting to get back to a little bit normal. How will the conference be as opposed to what we had to do last year?
Okay, good morning again, everyone. And Jason, thank you and KUM for the opportunity for us to at least let the island aware that we're coming up with our annual conference. Okay, the theme for this conference is Pandemic Diabetes Care. And we have guest speakers from the Philippines and also locally. And as always, Guam Diabetes Association is concentrating a lot on educating our community on the issues that affects the diabetes. I guess we can call them client or that affects the individual. But anyway, our guest speakers, and forgive me for mispronouncing some names, but we got 3 guest speakers that are going to be listening and this conference that's coming up. We got Michael L. Villa, that's MD, FPCP, FPSEDM. I cannot decipher those acronyms, but I'm pretty sure they're all medical terminology, and the qualification is there for them.
Well, the more letters you have after your name, probably it's a safe bet, Mr. Duenas, that you've got really, really good credentials, and you're a very very trustworthy resource.
Okay, yes, and he's coming from St. Luke Medical Center, Global City, the Philippines, and his topic is COVID-19 Insight, Diabetes, and COVID. The next speaker is Ma Teresa Chau Agakoli. That's a mispronunciation, but again, with the acronym following MD, FPCP, and FPSEDM. She's coming from the Medical City, Philippines, and her topic will be non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. It's a NAFLD and diabetes. Okay, the third speaker that is going to be there is Anna Joy P. Menendez, PhD, registered nurse, RN. And she's from the School of Nursing and Health Science, University of Guam. And her topic will be its impact on the mental health of the individual. And again, this conference, like in the past, normally is person to person or appearance live, but because of the COVID issue, the last year we went with the virtual, and then this year, of course, we are doing the same thing because of the restriction on group gathering of people. And our conference is scheduled for November 14, 2021. It's from 2 to 4 p.m. And we got numbers that you can call to register, and hopefully we see a lot of registration. And of course, remember to dial the first 3 digits, 671, and the following phone numbers are 787-4148, 632-1971, 637-5103. And again, register, and there's a website to register. It's www.diabetesguam.com. So enter your email and look for the Zoom link for this conference.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Duane. It's great oversight of what's expected to be a conference with a lot of very necessary topics. Agnes, I'd like to fold you in now because the Diabetes Control Coalition and everything like that. I know the message that you've always put forth to the community is diabetes can be controlled. And we had Dr. Keith Hornucci from the Wellness Center on last week, and he was explaining like some of the sensitivities and the particularities about diabetes and diabetes care during the pandemic. As someone who was caring for a diabetic parent, my father had renal disease, and then he was also on dialysis for a few years. One of the first thoughts that went through my mind when the pandemic started was, for diabetics, everybody said, our lives are going to change dramatically. But if you're diabetic, like you've got this whole routine and regimen that basically can't take a back seat. You still need to get your treatment. You still need to check your levels. You still need to know what's going on. The food you put into your body has to be on according to the safe schedule. And, in some very sensitive cases, you still need to get your dialysis treatment. So, Agnes, how will this kind of all fold into the discussions?
Well, Jason, those who are, we know that having underlying issues it puts you at a very high risk for contracting, puts you at a higher risk of being ill from COVID-19 if you get it, and of course, dying from it. But as far as contracting it, not as much as being very, very ill from it. So yes, it is very important to continue checking your blood sugars. You want to maintain your normal levels. You want your blood pressure to be normal. I think the emphasis should be more on control, on being healthy. As people have heard already for a year and a half so much. Keep your distance, wear your mask, wash your hands. Now, can we have more positive messages like, let's get healthy, let's walk, let's exercise, let's eat healthily, let's control our weight, let's control our blood sugars, let's stop smoking. Some basic things that you can do. And those are hopeful messages because that's something you can control. And all of us can control that. It's not, lifestyle changes are challenging and they can be difficult. But let's start now. And it's important that we start now so that in the event that we do contract the COVID-19, we'll be able to fight it and not have to go into the hospital. That's the whole point. Even those who are immunized, have vaccinated, can get it and go into the hospital, but less of them go into the hospital. And they're able to, fight it. But if you can be healthy, give yourself a good fighting chance. Your chances are increased that you can lick it in the event that you get it. And let's face it, COVID's not going to be the first one to come. There's going to be something else also. So let's get healthy. That's what we should do. Be healthy. So you know what I tell people, Jason, how people say, be safe, stay safe. I say, be healthy. Get going, that's my message. When I say goodbye to people, it's just like, okay, be healthy instead of stay safe. I decided to reword my messages here.
Okay, so we're gonna hold you to that. So every time we talk in this Zoom interview and everything, when your time to speak is up and everything like that, we're gonna expect you to say be healthy. So go ahead.
Yes, be healthy, Jason.
All right. Okay, one down. We'll keep that tradition going. Glennis, what are some of the some of the misconceptions that people have, either as people that are treating diabetes right now, or even their caretakers and everything like that throughout the course of the pandemic, and how do we make sure that they know exactly what the parameters and what the environment really is?
Okay, during this pandemic, since last year, a lot of people lost their focus on their management, so they don't go see their doctor. Of course, they're scared that they might catch COVID. But we don't have to stop what we're doing prior to the pandemic. A lot of the clinics now, they do telehealth as well. So call or be on the telehealth and continue what they were doing prior to the pandemic. So with the Guam Diabetes Control Coalition, together with the Guam Nurses Association, we embarked on providing education to the healthcare providers, healthcare professionals, and non-healthcare since April. So we invited speakers from the different agencies to talk about diabetes medication, from pharmacists, food, nutrition from Payless, from Jose Calvo, physical activity, mental health, which is very important in managing the disease. And also the last one, we had it 2 days ago, talking about the at-risk diabetic foot and common foot problems from one of our podiatrists on the island, Dr. Melinda Sangana. So like what Aggie has been saying, so we need to educate, we need to tell people to take care of themselves. So continue taking your medications, of course, continue seeing your doctor and following what your doctor recommends. So it's not like you go to a doctor, your doctor suggests you have to do this. Then later on, people don't follow. So that's what happens. Then their blood sugars will be uncontrolled. Then they suffer a lot of these complications of diabetes, which, one of the most common complications that we see here are the foot amputations and, of course, the chronic kidney disease, people going into dialysis. So we don't want to see a lot of our people in Guam going through those conditions.
Absolutely not. All right. Well, thank you, Glennis. Okay. Winnie, is are you able to hear me, Winnie?
I guess she needs to unmute her.
Okay. Yeah. Let me try. Okay. Winnie, can you hear me? Are you getting my audio all right, Winnie? It's good to see you on the show.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, Winnie. Can you see me, or can you hear me? I should say.
I think.
Earlier.
Okay, it might be your speakers and everything, so we're gonna work on that. Okay. Well, we do want to wrap up. God, I would love to have Winnie's input. She's always such a strong voice on this topic and everything, and certainly her involvement in the conference is going to be much appreciated. But we do want to give people the opportunity to register. Once again, okay, Winnie's holding up a piece of paper that says "I cannot hear." So we'll certainly try and fold her into that at some point. We'll interview her separately. So again. Could we get the registration information one more time, Mr. Duenas?
Again, I'd like to express my appreciation to the nurses, our volunteers that are always there for us to be able to continue our awareness education. And again, most of the people that are suffering from this disease need to be active. And in case they like to eat in moderation. Like you mentioned earlier, that it can be controlled. And I've seen it myself when I was diabetic earlier. All I had to do was cut down on the candies and the ice cream, and I went back to normal reading on my A1C. So it can be controlled, but again, sometimes it depends on your lifestyle.
All right.
Thank you, Jason.
So make sure to go to and register for the conference, everybody. Diabetesguam.com. Once again, Glynis, thank you very much. Agnes, we always appreciate your insight.
Thank you, Jason.
So Agnes, you promised us. You got to say it again.
Be healthy.
There you go.
And you can be safe too. If you're healthy, you'll be safer. Let's put it that way.
That's a great message. Okay, Glynis, yeah, final word, Glynis, please.
Yes, the conference we are providing 2 contact hours of continuing education provided by the Guam Nurses Association, and our provider is the California Board of Registered Nursing. So nurses and other allied health can get CEs when they register. And I'd like to thank our sponsors, Cochules, Mountain Pacific Quality Health, Guam Tokyo Marine, Nanbo, Guam Diabetes Control Coalition, St. Luke's Medical Center, the Medical City, Department of Public Health, Social Services, Guahan Lions Club. And we are also giving special thanks to Mr. Raj Sharma from Guam Webs for creating our Facebook page and our website. And proclamation signing November 4, Friday at 11:30. So please join us and check our Facebook page, that Guam Diabetes Association, and the diabetesguam.com where you can register.
All right, everybody, thank you so much. Yeah, and Winnie, we will reach out to you separately because we do want to give you your chance to speak. We're having some technical difficulties with Winnie right now, but thank you very much, everybody. All right, bye. Have a wonderful day. And please stay tuned, everyone out there, because the link will continue right after this.
100%. The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV 8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Yeah. This is awesome, Joe Garrido. La 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 la. 35. Good morning. It's Friday. Business! Whoa! Friday. Good morning in the Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. Hey, there's an event coming up with the Finogi Coalition that we're going to talk about in just a little bit with Juaneka de Oro and Joni Kerr of the GCC Eco Warriors. That's coming up, but first let's go in with Senator Clint Ridgell. Good morning, Senator.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. So anyway, we had the GM of the Guam Power Authority on yesterday. I don't know if you caught the interview, maybe saw the story in the news, but man, boy, did he kind of go in on your with a release that you'd come out with. Can we just kind of start there, if you want to just lay out your concerns that the general manager was reacting to, and then maybe your reaction to his reaction?
Sure. So I was talking about the reaction to the reaction, and then there's going to be a reaction to that reaction. There's going to be a reaction to the reaction to the reaction. But I know how it goes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so never-ending reactions. So we should be proactive instead of reactive. Anyways,
right.
So the concerns I have are that well, number one, I'm concerned about the procurement and how the contract was significantly changed for Ukadu, right? So they've got this plan for this huge power plant in Ukadu. They had to significantly alter the contract, the scope and terms, including how much it'll cost. So there's going to be an increase to the cost of about $4 million a year. They want to move part of the power plant down to Cabras. So these are a lot of changes from what was awarded. So I wrote to the public auditor and asked the public auditor to take a look into that. In addition to that, I wrote to the Attorney General to ask him, because of these delays that because they've been having problems with obtaining permits for this project. It's caused delays. Because of those delays, now the contract is going to run at least 4 years beyond the 2045 deadline for 100% renewable energy. So we passed the bill into law last term that requires 100% renewable energy by 2045. So my concern is that now this contract is going to go beyond 2045 for this power plant. Is that in violation of the law? And that's all I asked the Attorney General to weigh in on. So yeah, I asked these questions of the Attorney General and of the public auditor because these concerns were brought up to me, actually. I'm not even the one who thought of these concerns. They actually were brought up to me by constituents who said, hey, what about this? And I said, that's a good question. I'll ask it. So I asked these questions, and and if you want my reaction to their reaction, my only reaction really is that I wish they would focus on the facts and quit turning this into a personal thing, quit making personal attacks, and quit distracting by bringing up other issues. Focus on the facts. The facts are they're the ones who had problems with obtaining the USC EPA permits at Ukadu, requiring them to shift around and change everything that they're doing with their contract and move part of the power plant down to Cabras. They're the ones who wanted to build it at Ukadu in the first place. This is all their project. This is all they're doing. So that is something, I disagree with GM Beneventi, or he's trying to frame this as me throwing a monkey wrench into it. I'm not the one who's delaying the project. This is all they're doing. They're the ones that are having difficulty obtaining the permits, and they're the ones having to shift around from a major. And of course, they'll talk about it in different ways. But the bottom line is they're shifting gears from going for a major permit to this minor source air permit, and it's causing all these delays. And so I'm not the one throwing monkey wrenches, and unless they're afraid that there's a merit to my questions. I mean, all I did was ask questions of the public auditor and the Attorney General. I'm not telling them stop the project. In fact, they've often told me I have no authority to stop the project. They like to say that the legislature has very limited authority when it comes to the utilities. They tell the legislature basically to stay out of it and let the CCU and the PUC handle it. And so I have, since they awarded the contract, I haven't done anything to say stop this contract. I haven't tried to introduce any bill that says stop this contract, stop the power plant. I haven't done any of that. They awarded the contract, they proceeded with it. Now they're having problems. And because of these problems that they're having, it brought up these questions. Questions on whether or not it'll run over the time of 2045, and questions of whether or not their procurement was done properly. So I asked those questions, and that's it.
So what do you make of that? I mean, at the end of the day, no matter how anyone feels about this issue, I mean, you are a sitting senator, and last time I checked, I mean, you're kind of allowed to ask questions, write letters, right, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just absolutely. So, it's disappointing that they would take that stance, that, try to frame it as such that I'm throwing a monkey wrench into something when I'm not the one who held this up. They're the ones having problems getting this off the ground. All I'm asking is whether the procurement was done properly and whether or not they can go beyond the 2045 deadline for 100% renewable energy. And so far, the public auditor has said he doesn't have jurisdiction over the matter either. So that answers that question, I guess. I mean, I'm not a procurement expert. That's why I asked the public auditor. I think it does look strange to me, but I asked the public auditor.
What about the AG? Any response?
I'm waiting for a response from the Attorney General. I haven't received a response yet. My understanding is they're working on it. So they're taking a look at the legality and all the different issues involved with that. And that's why I asked them, can they do this? You know, and as you said, I believe I have every right to ask those questions. So yeah, framing it that this is somehow something other than it is just wrong. That's why I sent out a press release yesterday saying, please just focus on the facts, quit distracting, quit making personal attacks. You know, I've never made any personal attacks against them. I talk about the CCU, the PUC, and GPA in general when I disagree with what they're doing, but I never come out and say, you know, call out someone personally.
Have you had any conversation with your colleague, the procurement chair, Senator Sabina Perez, about this?
No, I haven't. So I did talk to her about something else with relation to this whole issue, but I didn't specifically ask her if she thought there was an issue with the procurement. No, I didn't.
So are you satisfied though with the public auditor's response? Do you believe that he doesn't have the jurisdiction?
I mean, I guess, I don't know. I'm not a procurement expert. I'm not an expert on this law. The public auditor is, not only the public auditor, of course, he's a former senator, speaker, and a former justice on Guam, chief justice on Guam, as a matter of fact. So he's he understands laws. So he took a look at it and feels he doesn't have the jurisdiction. Now it's a little bit confusing. It's basically like what he's saying, if I understand correctly, is he's saying that they could have gone out to re-procure it, but essentially because there's no procurement protest before him, he doesn't have any jurisdiction to really weigh in. So it's kind of like, well, no one complained, no one filed a protest, so I can't really say anything about it. It's kind of what I'm understanding what he means. And if I'm misrepresenting what he means, I apologize. I maybe misunderstand what he means, but that's my understanding, was basically like, well, there's no procurement protest, so I don't really have any jurisdiction. But I think had someone filed a protest within the timeline, then maybe he would have had jurisdiction to speak on it. But even then, he probably wouldn't be able to speak on it until they go through the appeal process, right? So it's kind of it's one of those sort of catch-22s.
Right on. So you're just waiting now for the AG's response.
Yeah.
Did he? I'm not sure if Chris asked because I just walked in, Senator. Your response to Mr. Beneventi saying that this whole process was vetted. He said it was vetted through the PUC, the CCU. It wasn't something that he just decided, on his own.
Yeah. That's what that's what I basically said. I said, hey, the GPA, CCU, and PUC decided this, and they got it passed, and I'm asking, is it proper? So, but remember, this is a contract that was initially awarded. They had problems getting the permits, however they want to classify it, whether they classify it as problems or whatever. They had delays because they were having some difficulties with the permitting process, which resulted in delays. Because of the delays, they went back to the drawing board, so to speak, reconfigured the contract. And yes, of course, GPA had to go through the CCU to approve of reconfiguring this contract. CCU had to go to PUC to approve of reconfiguring the contract. And they had to go to US EPA to approve of giving them an extension changing the consent decree. Because the consent decree basically just says, look, all the US EPA really wants is the US EPA is saying, comply with the Clean Air Act. You're out of compliance. You've been out of compliance for a long time. You need to comply. It's the GPA, the CCU, and the PUC who offered this power plant as their answer for complying with the Clean Air Act. So then they entered into that agreement with the US EPA. The US EPA says, okay, here's your plan. You're going to build a power plant by such and such a date, and that should bring you into compliance. Okay, go for it. If you can do it and get into compliance, then that will satisfy the Clean Air Act. Then they weren't able to get the power plant built on time because of these delays now. due in part to permitting problems with the US EPA over the major source air permit. Now they've had to go back, reconfigure the whole contract, put part of the power plant down at Cabris, and then go back to the US EPA and reconfigure their consent decree and say, hey, we had these problems. Can you allow us to do this now in order to comply with the Clean Air Act?
All right.
Make sense? Or
all right. Yeah.
Was there anything else, I guess, that you wanted to say about this whole thing?
Nope. I don't know what else to say. I've asked the questions. I'm waiting for answers. Yes, of course, I have concerns about this whole issue. That's why I asked the question. That's why I asked the public auditor if this was proper. Public auditor has said that he has no jurisdiction over it, essentially. And now I'm waiting on the attorney general to see if it's proper that this contract will run beyond 2045. And 2045 is the date we're supposed to be at 100% renewable energy.
All right. Thanks, Senator.
Thanks, Senator.
Happy Halloween.
There you go.
Stay healthy.
Stay healthy, right on. Yeah. I feel like we should get a reaction to their reaction that they're going to react to his reaction.
That's what I was saying.
I got you. Okay, Senator. Hey, quick break. We're coming back with more of the link next. It's 9:48 on this Friday morning.
Catch Sports
This
Link
year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
The Totomotna Tales. October on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
All right, welcome back. 9:52. Let's do it. Let's head into the Zoom room. They have an event today here. Breaking the Chains, Decolonization, and Climate Action. And we have in the KUAM News Zoom room from GCC's Eco Warriors, Joni Kerr, and from Micronesia Climate Change Alliance, Monica de Oro. Good morning.
How's the day? Thank you, everyone at KUAM. Viva Betness.
Viva. This is happening today. It's Breaking the Chains, Decolonization, and Climate Action. Is this it's a hybrid educational forum over at GCC, Joni?
Yes, it is. It's hybrid because we're having an audience in person, a small audience, and also it'll be online via Zoom and also live streamed on Facebook.
Thank you. Decolonization and climate change. People might initially think that the two are not related, but I'm pretty sure you're going to tell us all about how they are in this forum, right?
Yeah, so the climate crisis that we're all being affected by globally is really fueled by the same colonial and oppressive forces that have taken over our islands, that are proliferating war, that are fueling extractive industries, and really that are profit motivated and driven, and they're choosing profits over people and over the planet. And so this much needed conversation that we'll be having on this webinar today really is about connecting those intersections of decolonization, of the move to what Senator Clint was speaking about, of decarbonizing and really shifting our energy grids for the future, because the climate crisis, most especially for us in the Pacific, is an incredibly it's threatening our livelihoods. I'm here in Saipan, where just 3 years ago, almost exactly, they were devastated by Typhoon Yutu, and those sorts of occurrences of the storms are going to continue to happen. And in our current political status, we are really our hands are really tied in our ability to respond because we can't we don't have sovereignty over our resources, and also not only in our ability to respond locally, but in our ability to give assistance to others in our region who might be experiencing even more devastating impacts from the sea level rise that may occur. There's so much happening around climate over the next 2 weeks, which I'll be discussing on the webinar, but there's so many other rich conversations happening that Auntie Joni can speak to that will be discussed throughout the 2-hour webinar today.
And Joni, go ahead and speak to those.
Yeah. So one of the actually there are 3 main themes that underlie the event. That would be decolonization, demilitarization, and decarbonizing. And so we have 3 panels that will address these issues. And with the demilitarization, we'll have a speaker from Potato Texan, I think Representative Sheila Babauta from the 22nd CNMI legislature. She, as well as PLSR, have been very active and vocal about the military and the effects that the military has on our lands and the oceans and so on. We are also going to have a couple of young Manhobin gentlemen who will speak on the decarbonizing part. And that would be Kyle DeHelig and William Lee Kyle is from Guam. He's a UOG student, and William is from Saipan. And so we'll also have Dr. Ramina King kind of giving us the basics of climate change, because we feel that not enough people understand, really understand what's going on with climate change. And so she's prepared a presentation for that. Melvin Monpat Borja is also going to speak about the decolonization part, as well as Manieka. We are heading into the COP26, which is the UN's meeting on climate change, the annual meeting on climate change, which is going to take place in Glasgow, Scotland. And that's going to run for 2 weeks. So we wanted to kind of do this ahead of that, and also, to kind of also get people aware of what's going on in that part of the world, and that world leaders are coming together to figure out and hammer out these issues that need to be addressed going forward as the world actually tries to deal with this real existential threat that faces everybody.
Joni, what kind of audience you think would be interested in attending this webinar? I mean, I know we're going to get the usual suspects, so to speak, but maybe people out there who would really benefit from hearing this discussion.
I think the community at large. It's open to the public. Really, if they're actually having trouble registering, if they send an email to the Finogi Coalition, we will give them the Zoom link to come in, and also they can access it via Facebook live streaming. So really, people who might be interested in this I'm hoping that young people really tune in, because they're the generation that's really going to face a lot of this, and it's going to be unfortunately on their backs to carry the promise through of or hopefully the hope through to deal with the changes that they're actually happening now, and will be occurring because of our rise in global temperature.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Sorry, kids, about the world we're leaving you, but it really does appear to be generational, right? I mean, look at this situation with GPA, right? Old guard people kind of like not really able to grasp a lot of the concepts that the younger generation is talking about, and then we have that kind of butting of the heads and the spirits and the wills. So yeah, everybody will benefit from watching this, Joni. And it's going to be, the link's going to be up on your Facebook page.
I'm not sure if the Zoom link will be put up on the Finogi Coalition page, but I think if people contact the Finogi Coalition through the email, then they can actually get the Zoom link.
All right. Yeah, and just a reminder, Finogi Coalition is comprised of over 30 organizations, grassroots organizations on Guam who do differing work around different issues. Like I do climate change, and there's other environmental groups. So we all come together, unifying in the call to support Chamorro self-determination. And the climate issue, as Joni said, this COP is coming up, but the Marianas have never, ever had representation in world and even regional conversations about addressing climate change. Our leaders, because of our political status, aren't present at these meetings, and that really does harper our ability to plan and have regional cohesion, as well as raise our concerns. I just wanted to end too with just the idea that the militarization of our islands is really something that's fueling the climate crisis in the rest of the world, because the U.S. military is the largest consumer of fossil fuels and the single largest polluter. And right now, under the climate accords, there's no accountability for their emissions, and that's something that's being brought up heavily in this COP. And it's something that Representative Sheila from the Marianas is definitely going to be bringing with her, not just the impacts of the militarization on our islands and climate change, but on the global front as well.
All right. Sounds like we're fired up for today. Go get them. Joni Manieka, thanks for stopping by. Jason.
I had your back, guys, because Chris was just talking about the link for the Zoom and everything like that. So I threw the registration link. I found it on the Finogi Coalition's page. So it's in our comments right now if anybody wants to join in, and what's obviously going to be like a very, very worthwhile conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manieka. Thank you, Joni.
Ladies.
Okay. See you guys. It's 10 o'clock. Yes, KUAM TV. Really, today? It's been like this. Okay. So you guys have a great weekend. Be safe. My name's Chris. Oh, time out.
Be healthy.
That's it. Or is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, I think it's Joni, right? Joni was right.
Yeah. Auntie Glennis. Yep.
Yep.
Be safe. Be healthy. And hey, while you're at it, be healthy. Okay.
Also, 11 a.m., Congressman Michaelson Nicholas, he is going to be holding a briefing today. Let me just pull it up. It is at 11, right? I did say 11 a.m.
I think so. And this is relative to more details about the Build Back Better infrastructure bill that is in the Congress.
Yeah.
Okay.
And some of the provisions that would be relative to us.
Yeah, and so he did this before with the American Rescue Plan. Before it was passed, he came out and he said, hey, we're going to be getting this, we're getting that, and we're getting that. And then I think he also did it after it passed. And then he said, hey, you can do this with the money, you can do that with the money.
He took the list, priorities from the legislature, the plan that they gave to the governor. Yeah. And because Speaker Teresa Lahi was on that call as well, briefing.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
What I found was interesting was all the stuff he said that the governor could do with the money. We haven't done any of it.
Right. And then he did say, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, that too, yeah.
So this is at 11 a.m. We're going to be live streaming it on our Facebook page, so make sure to watch out for that.
There you go. Hey, it's 10:02 KUAM, TV Land, está. Adios!
Bye!
We're back. Hey, it's Chicken Fries Friday, man. I could go for some chicken fries. I worked out this morning. I feel like I deserve it.
Love.
Yep. You go to Burger King. You say, hey.
Love.
How, Brie? How fun?
I love.
And you got to do your hands like that?
I love.
How about you, Jay?
It's like, excuse me, good sir. I would...
what if it's a lady?
Pardon me, madam. I would greatly appreciate you hooking me up with some protein in a fry form.
Hey, you got into chicken fries?
Because I'm going to do like the remix.
Yeah.
I love chicken fries.
I thought you were having a seizure. I'm going to be like, who guides how chicken fries? There you go. And you get
it's
a
like
free
I
one.
love chicken fries. Chick, fresh.
Hey, it's also brought to you in part by Docomo Pacific. Hey, my name's Chris. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Guys, you go on our KUAM News Instagram. Every village on Guam is having some kind of like drive-through Halloween celebration. So if you plan it right, you could hit every village and get quite the stash of candy. So make sure you plan it right, okay? Again, it's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Link fam, we out. Está adios.
and let me